So you're here. It's late or early, or maybe somewhere in that strange no man's land between the two where time gets a little soft and your thoughts start drifting on their own. And you've decided to spend that time in Springfield. Good choice. For the next several hours, we're going to move slowly through every major theory that fans and writers and obsessives have spent decades building around the longest-running animated show in television history. We'll go from the ones that feel almost reasonable, the kind of thing you could bring up at dinner without getting strange looks, all the way down to the theories that make you sit in the dark afterward, wondering if a 36-year-old cartoon has been trying to tell you something important about reality, memory, and the price of living inside a comfortable lie. We're ranking them by how insane they are. And insane doesn't mean wrong. Some of the most insane theories in here are also the ones that are hardest to argue against. So get comfortable. Let your breathing slow down. You don't need to remember everything. You don't need to follow every thread to its end. These ideas will drift in and carry you somewhere, and that's exactly the point. We start at the almost reasonable end of the dial. We start with Springfield itself. Not what's in it, but what it does, what it chooses to do, what it has been doing for 36 years every time reality gets inconvenient. We start with the town's operating system. Section 1. The town that voted to forget. The Tamzarian theory and Springfield's secret infrastructure. Sanity rating, 3 out of 10. Barely insane. Maybe the most honest thing the show ever did. There is one episode of The Simpsons that fans hate more than any other. Not because it's poorly written, though many people say it is. Not because the animation is off or the jokes don't land. People hate it because it said something out loud that the show had been whispering for years, and hearing it said directly was deeply uncomfortable. The episode is called The Principal and the Pauper. It aired in September of 1997, the second episode of Season 9. And if you've watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you probably already know what happens in it. But we're going to sit with it slowly, because there's a version of this episode that most people missed, and once you see it, every other theory we're going to discuss tonight becomes a little clearer. So, Springfield Elementary is holding an event, a celebration. 20 years of service from Principal Seymour Skinner, the rigid, mother-haunted, military-trained administrator who has been the backbone of the school since the show began. 20 years of discipline and detention slips, and that particular brand of authority that comes from a man who has never quite figured out how to be anything other than official. The ceremony is underway. People are giving speeches. Agnes Skinner, his domineering mother, is in attendance. And then the door opens. A stranger walks in. He is older. He has the bearing of a soldier and the eyes of a man who has seen things he has not fully processed. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real one. A decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war, listed as killed in action, and has spent the years since escaping, surviving, and making his way back to the town he left behind. And the man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is not Seymour Skinner at all. His name is Armin Tamzarian. He was a petty criminal before the war, a kid with no family and no future who got drafted into the army and ended up in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to his mother. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be. And Tamzarian, who had never once in his life been needed by anyone, who had never had a mother or a home or a name worth keeping, just went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He wore the identity like a coat he found on the ground. And for 20 years it fit. Now the real Skinner is standing in the gymnasium and the lie has collapsed, and everything the town thought it knew about one of its most prominent figures has turned out to be a fiction. Here is where most television shows would go in a certain direction. There would be consequences, there would be a reckoning, the imposter would face some form of accountability, the real man would be welcomed home. The institution would reset itself around the truth. The Simpsons does something different. Springfield holds a town meeting. Both men are present. The truth is not in dispute. Everyone in the room knows exactly what happened and who is who, and the town votes. Not on how to punish Tamzarian, not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all, and they vote no. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. Armin Tamzarian is, under law, Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner is tied to the back of a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. and the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again. Under penalty of torture. Sit with that for a moment. Not quickly, let it settle. A community with full knowledge of a 20-year deception, with the actual victim of that deception standing in front of them, made a collective decision that the comfortable fiction was more valuable than the inconvenient fact. They didn't just choose to overlook the lie, they codified the lie into law. They expelled the truth and made its return a punishable offense. When the episode aired, the backlash was immediate. Harry Shearer, the voice actor who plays both Skinner and Burns, spoke publicly about his displeasure with the storyline. Critics called it lazy writing, a betrayal of the character they'd spent 9 seasons building. Fans ranked it among the worst episodes ever produced. The consensus was that the show had broken something that couldn't be fixed. And in one sense, they were right. The episode did break something. It just didn't break what people thought it broke. What it broke was the comfortable distance between the audience and what Springfield actually is. Because the truth that the principal and the pauper put into explicit form had always been there. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has been choosing comfortable lies over inconvenient truths since the very first episode. The difference is that every other time, the mechanism was invisible. The collective forgetting happened off-screen, between episodes, in the negative space where consequences used to live. An alien invasion would end, and by the next week, nobody mentioned it. A natural disaster would reshape the town, and by the following Sunday, everything was back where it started. Something catastrophic would happen, and the reset button would press itself quietly, and life would continue. The Principal and the Pauper was the first time the show let you watch the mechanism operate in real time. It showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree. It showed you the literal expulsion of truth from the community's memory. Every other episode where Springfield forgets something that should be unforgettable, the same process happens. There's just no ceremony around it. Think about what that means for how the town actually functions. Springfield is not a normal community that occasionally forgets things. Springfield is a community whose primary survival mechanism is selective, collective amnesia. The forgetting isn't accidental. It isn't the result of shock or trauma or the natural fading of memory over time. It is a deliberate social choice that the community makes over and over again because the alternative, actually confronting what has happened and what is happening, is too dangerous to contemplate. If the town remembered the dome, the glass dome that the Environmental Protection Agency lowered over Springfield in the Simpsons movie, because the town's pollution had become so severe that containment was the only option, then people would have to ask questions about where that pollution was coming from. And those questions would lead to the power plant, and the power plant would lead to Burns. And Burns controls the economy of the entire region. So instead, they forget the dome. If the town remembered Blinky, the three-eyed fish that was pulled from the river near the nuclear facility and became a national news story, then people would have to start wondering about the water they've been drinking. And that line of thinking leads somewhere uncomfortable. So instead, they forget Blinky. Or rather, they remember Blinky as a quirky local curiosity rather than as evidence of something deeply wrong. If the town acknowledged that their children have been yellow since birth, that their fish have developed additional eyes, that the man who owns their power plant requires weekly radiation treatments to survive, then the whole system falls apart. So, Springfield maintains what the principal and the pauper explicitly names as its operating principle. We will treat the lie as truth, and the truth as criminal, and anyone who insists on the truth will be removed. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's version of a whistleblower. He arrived with evidence that the official narrative was false. He wasn't angry about it. He wasn't trying to cause trouble. He was simply real, and his reality was incompatible with the version of reality that Springfield had agreed to maintain. So, Springfield expelled him, tied him to a train, and sent him away. Not because he had done anything wrong, but because his existence was a problem for the story the town needed to keep telling about itself. That's not a cartoon trope. That's not lazy writing. That is a very precise description of how real communities handle inconvenient truths. Small towns in particular have an extraordinary capacity for this kind of collective denial. Local histories get rewritten. Scandals get buried not through conspiracy, but through the simpler mechanism of nobody wanting to be the one who brings it up again. The version of events that is most comfortable, most livable, most consistent with the life everyone wants to believe they're living, becomes the version of events that gets remembered. And the version that doesn't fit gets quietly placed on a train and sent somewhere nobody can see it. The Simpsons isn't satirizing this tendency. It's demonstrating it, and the demonstration is so accurate that it made audiences furious, which itself tells you something worth considering. The people who were most upset by the principal and the pauper were upset because the episode broke continuity, because it disrupted their relationship with a character they'd known for 9 years and liked, because it made them feel that the show had betrayed their investment in a fictional identity that, it turned out, was always fictional. In other words, they were upset because the show showed them that a comfortable fiction had been replaced by an uncomfortable truth, and they wanted the fiction back. They wanted Springfield to go back to pretending, and that is exactly what Springfield did. That is what Springfield always does. The Tamsarian revelation has never truly been addressed since. The character still appears as Skinner. The name Armin Tamsarian is treated as an embarrassing trivia fact rather than a structural revelation about the show's universe. The episode that was supposed to break everything just got absorbed into the system, filed under uncomfortable and forgotten, which was probably always the plan. Because here is the deeper strangeness of the principal and the pauper that almost nobody has ever talked about. The episode didn't just show us that Springfield chooses lies over truth. It showed us that this choice is conscious, deliberate, and legally enforceable. Judge Snyder didn't accidentally forget to mention the truth. He issued a decree. He sat down and thought about it, and made an official ruling that reality was subject to community preference, that if enough people decided something wasn't true, not true was what it would be. And the thing about Judge Snyder is that he's been in Springfield the whole time. He's been making rulings. He's been operating the legal infrastructure of this town for decades. Which means the legal infrastructure of Springfield has always been built on this same principle. Not on truth, but on consensus. Not on what happened, but on what the community agrees to remember. This reframes every other legal proceeding we've ever seen in Springfield. Every criminal case, every trial, every official finding. If the judicial authority of Springfield operates by community preference rather than by evidence, then the outcome of any investigation is not determined by what actually happened. It's determined by what Springfield needs to have happened. By what conclusion is most compatible with the continued comfortable operation of the town. We'll come back to this when we talk about who shot Mr. Burns. Because when you understand that Springfield's legal system is built on collective narrative rather than evidence, the resolution of that mystery starts to look a great deal less like justice and a great deal more like a town deciding what it needed the story to be. But for now, let's stay with the mechanism itself, the machinery of Springfield's forgetting. Because once you see it operating in the principal and the pauper, you start to see it everywhere. It's in the way Homer survives injuries that should leave him dead, and the town doesn't ask any questions. It's in the way Burns blocked out the sun over the entire community, and within a few episodes, nobody is referencing it. It's in the way Springfield's economy seems to function normally despite the constant disasters and rebuildings and catastrophic events that should have shattered any real municipal financial structure. It's in the way nobody in Springfield ever quite connects the dots. Not because they can't, but because the social infrastructure of the town actively discourages connection. The same mechanism that expelled the real Seymour Skinner runs a quieter operation all the time, nudging thoughts away from dangerous territories, making certain questions feel impolite, making the kind of sustained critical thinking that might lead someone to actually understand their situation feel like an act of social aggression. There's a theory, one we'll get to in more detail when we discuss the radiation, that the water supply is part of this. That the neurological impairment from decades of nuclear contamination has made Springfield's population literally unable to maintain the kind of long-term reasoning that might lead them to challenge the system. But even if you set the radiation theory aside entirely, the social mechanism holds on its own. You don't need poisoned water to create a community that won't ask questions. You just need a community where asking questions has been, gradually and quietly, made to feel more costly than not asking them. Where the people who speak up get metaphorically tied to trains. Where the official version of reality carries legal weight. Where the judge will back you up if you decide the truth is inconvenient. That's Springfield. And the reason The Principal and the Pauper is the most important episode the show ever made, despite being one of the most hated, is that it was the only episode that ever made this explicit. Every other episode shows you the effect. That one episode showed you the cause. Now, here's the layer that gets interesting when you put it alongside some of the other theories we'll explore tonight. If Homer has been in a coma since 1993, as one of the most beloved fan theories proposes, then this episode takes on a specific extra dimension. A comatose man dreaming of his family would need his dream to work a certain way. He would need the dream to be stable. He would need reality in the dream to be something that can be maintained by agreement rather than by actual coherent logic, because the unconscious mind doesn't have the resources to make everything actually hold together. The dream world would need a mechanism for keeping inconvenient contradictions at bay. It would need, in other words, exactly what Springfield has. A social contract that says we will not acknowledge what doesn't fit. Homer's dreaming mind didn't invent the Tamsarian scenario randomly. It invented it because the scenario describes the only kind of world that a dreaming mind can sustain. A world that runs on what its inhabitants agree to believe, rather than on what is actually true. We'll get there. For now, let the mechanism settle in. Let the image of Judge Snyder's gavel coming down on the real Seymour Skinner's existence be the lens through which you watch everything else tonight. Springfield is not a town where strange things happen and nobody notices. Springfield is a town where strange things happen and everyone notices, and then they vote on what the official memory will be. And the vote almost always goes the same way. Forget, reset, move on. The loop is not a bug. The loop is the whole design. Before we move forward, drop a comment letting me know what time it is where you are and where you're watching from. And if you're enjoying this, subscribe. Now let's keep going. Section 2. Yellow skin and three-eyed fish. The Springfield radiation mutation theory. Sanity rating, 4 out of 10. More supported by canonical evidence than most things your doctor has told you. Let's establish something before we go anywhere else with this. The Springfield nuclear power plant has 342 documented safety violations. Not a rough estimate, not a range, 342. That number came from an official safety inspection that happened within the show's own canon, conducted by real inspectors who walked through the facility and counted what they found. And what they found was enough violations that the estimated cost of bringing the plant up to code was $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, the plant's owner, a man wealthy enough to have his own personal medical research division, his own pharmaceutical laboratory, his own army of physicians and specialists, declined to spend the money. He looked at $56 million and the alternative, which was continuing to operate a facility that was, by any legal or scientific standard, an active disaster, and he chose the disaster. Now, here is what some of those 342 violations actually were. Radioactive waste being dumped into bodies of water. Not leaking, not seeping, being actively dumped. Radioactive material deposited directly into the waterways of a town where people live, cook, and drink. Radioactive waste being left near children's playgrounds. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's actual desk. Cooling towers cracked and patched with chewing gum. Rats moving through the facility, glowing. And perhaps the most quietly disturbing one, the one the show drops in passing and never returns to, human skeletons in the basement. Not bones from a long time ago. Skeletons. In the basement of an active nuclear power facility. The show shows them to you for a moment, and then the scene moves on. And nobody in Springfield ever asks who those people were or how they ended up there. The skeleton scene is a background detail in one of the most densely staffed workplaces in the show, and not a single character ever mentions it. That's where we're starting. A nuclear facility that is, by its own inspection record, operating in a state of constant active danger, and positioned directly adjacent to, upstream from, and atmospherically over an entire community of people who have been living there for decades. Now, let's look at what the theory says. The radiation mutation theory argues that the Springfield nuclear power plant has not been failing to affect the townspeople. It has been affecting them, continuously and profoundly, for the entire runtime of the show. The yellow skin that covers every resident of Springfield. The bulging eyes. The 4 fingers. The hair that behaves like no human hair has ever behaved. The physiological characteristics that everyone accepts as the show's art style are not just an art style. They are the visible markers of a population that has been living inside a radiation contamination zone for so long that the mutation has become the baseline. This is the theory. And the reason it's only rated a 4 on the insanity scale, despite being one of the most elaborate frameworks in the show's fan history, is that the evidence for it is not circumstantial. It's direct. The show tells you this is happening. It just tells you the way Springfield tells you everything, sideways, in passing, surrounded by enough jokes that you're still laughing when the actual information lands. Let's walk through the evidence in the order the show presents it. Season 2. A fish is pulled from the river near the power plant. This fish has 3 eyes, not 1 extra eye, which would be unusual enough. A completely developed 3rd eye in the center of its forehead. The fish's name becomes Blinky. It becomes a national news story within the show's universe, and a gubernatorial candidate uses it as evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to go on television and eat the fish to demonstrate that it's harmless. The town watches, is satisfied, and moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the question that a 3-eyed fish makes almost unavoidably obvious. If the fish in the river have developed additional sensory organs, what is happening to the organisms consuming the same water? The show expects you to forget to ask that question the same way Springfield forgets to ask it. And most of the time, watching the episode, you do. Because Blinky is funny. The scene of Burns eating the fish is funny. The whole episode moves at that particular Simpsons pace that keeps you slightly ahead of the implications. But the implications are there. Season 8. The episode called The Springfield Files. Homer encounters what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The FBI is called in. The investigation builds toward a dramatic revelation, and when the truth comes out, the alien is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and targeted radiation therapy, that the treatment causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 week. At the end of that week, he requires another dose. Without it, he dies. The treatment protocol is so extreme that after each session, Burns walks out of the facility in a dazed, almost euphoric state, wandering through the woods like something from a different world. He literally glows in the dark. This is presented as a comedic reveal. The alien was just old Mr. Burns getting his medicine, and the audience laughs, because the episode earns the laugh. But underneath the comedy is a detail that should stop everyone cold. The owner of a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility is actively contaminating the water supply and atmosphere of an entire community, is personally so saturated with radiation that his body produces visible light. His radiation exposure is not hypothetical. It's not a background concern. It is the central, constant, weekly managed reality of his physical existence. Without regular intervention, the accumulated effect of his proximity to nuclear material would kill him within days. And this man has been the owner and operator of the Springfield nuclear power plant for the entire runtime of the show. He knows what radiation does to biological systems, because radiation is actively doing things to his biological system. He manages his own radiation contamination with cutting-edge medical technology, with resources no ordinary Springfield resident could ever access. And the town he runs, the people who live downwind and downstream from his facility, are managing nothing, because they don't know there's anything to manage. Because the fish with 3 eyes was a funny story about a weird fish and not a publicly acknowledged signal that something is very wrong. The Simpsons movie makes the environmental contamination impossible to ignore as a theme. Springfield's pollution reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, operating as a real federal body within the film's universe, determines that the town must be physically sealed under a glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading beyond the community. The United States government, after assessing Springfield's environmental situation, concluded that the only viable solution was containment, not cleanup. Containment. The town is classified as an environmental hazard zone and sealed inside a dome while its residents are still living there. That's the federal government's assessment of Springfield's condition. An entire town so contaminated that it cannot be allowed to remain in open contact with the rest of the country. Now look at the residents themselves, not as cartoon characters but as individuals within the show's universe who display physiological characteristics that don't appear in normal human populations. Homer Simpson, Massive overbite, eyes that protrude beyond any normal orbital range. 4 fingers on each hand, a skull shape that doesn't correspond to standard human biology. An IQ that the show's own creator has stated sits at 55, which places Homer well within the range of clinical cognitive disability, and which the show dramatizes not as exaggeration but as the literal reality of the character. A pain tolerance and physical durability that allows him to absorb electrocution, falls from significant heights, blunt force trauma, and explosive decompression, and return to his workstation afterward. Homer is not exaggerated for comic effect within the show's universe. He is what he is, and what he is, physically and neurologically, does not describe a normal human being. Marge. Same protruding eyes, same 4-fingered hands, hair that grows vertically to an impossible height and has maintained exactly the same shape for 36 years without any visible effort, upkeep, or physical explanation. Marge worked briefly at the nuclear plant herself. She was inside the facility. She was exposed to the same violation from the same leaking material, the same environment that 342 official violations describe as broadly catastrophic. Her children were all born after both parents had been living in Springfield's environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, yellow skin, spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, overbites and protruding eyes, and the specific collection of physical characteristics that every single Springfield resident shares. They were born in Springfield. They were raised in Springfield. They have drunk the water and breathed the air and lived in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers their entire lives. But here is the detail that transforms the theory from interesting to difficult to dismiss. When characters visit Springfield from outside, they look different. Not subtly different, fundamentally different. Guest characters, celebrities who appear in episodes, people arriving from other towns or other countries are drawn with more naturalistic proportions. Their eyes sit in their heads at normal depths. Their hands have the correct number of fingers. Their features approximate actual human anatomy in ways that Springfield residents' features do not. Everyone inside Springfield's radiation zone has the yellow skin and the modified proportions. Everyone outside it looks like a person drawn more closely to observable reality. The show's standard explanation for this is the art style. Springfield residents look the way they look because that's how The Simpsons is animated, and guest characters are drawn with slightly different proportions for visual contrast. This explanation is technically accurate and also, within the logic of the show's own universe, functionally meaningless. Because if you accept that the show's universe is internally consistent, which you have to accept for any of this to mean anything, then the visual difference between Springfield residents and outsiders represents a real difference between those populations. People inside the contamination zone look mutated. People outside it look normal. The art style isn't creating that distinction. The art style is reflecting it, and the animals support the theory independently. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same protruding eyes and modified proportions as his owners. The show has depicted Springfield's wildlife as demonstrably affected by the power plant's output. Blinky exists. The glowing rats in the plant's infrastructure exist. The environmental impact on non-human organisms has been canon since Season 2. The theory asks only one thing. Why would the environmental contamination that visibly mutates fish and rats and household pets have had zero effect on the humans living in the same ecosystem? The answer, which the show doesn't state directly but which every piece of evidence it presents points toward, is that it hasn't had zero effect. The effects are just normalized because the people experiencing them have no uncontaminated baseline to compare against. They've never known anything different. The yellow skin is just skin. The 4 fingers are just fingers. The cognitive impairment is just personality. And this is where the theory gets its teeth. Season 12 of the show reveals something about Homer's biology that reframes everything else. Homer, it's revealed, has had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood. A physical foreign object penetrating the frontal lobe, causing direct structural damage to the organ responsible for complex reasoning and critical thinking. This crayon is why Homer is the way he is, cognitively. Remove it and his IQ rockets upward. He becomes articulate, perceptive, capable of engaging with the world around him in sophisticated ways. Homer with the crayon removed is brilliant. He understands things. He makes connections. He sees clearly for the first time in his adult life, and it makes him miserable. He sees Springfield for what it actually is. He sees his job for what it actually is. He sees the architecture of his situation with a clarity that the crayon had been blocking, and it's unbearable. So he has the crayon put back. He chooses to return to the fog. He chooses to be comfortable and oblivious rather than aware and destroyed. The theory doesn't dispute this, but it asks a question the show never asks. How did a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? Homer grew up in Springfield. He had checkups. He saw Springfield doctors. He went through childhood and adolescence and his entire adult life visiting Springfield medical professionals who presumably possessed medical equipment, and not one of them, across all those years, identified a foreign object inside his skull. Either the medical establishment of Springfield is so fundamentally incompetent that basic neurological evaluations have never occurred to anyone, or the medical establishment of Springfield is operating under the same collective agreement that expels truth from the community whenever the truth becomes inconvenient. Either the doctors are failing Homer through incompetence, or they're maintaining the community's preferred version of reality by not identifying problems that would require addressing. And if the medical infrastructure of Springfield is compromised, if the doctors are participating in the same collective arrangement that the judge enforces and the voters ratify, if Burns's influence extends into the healthcare system of the town he essentially owns, then Homer's crayon isn't just an accident with lasting consequences. It's a system in operation. A system that keeps people just functional enough to go to work and just impaired enough not to question anything. And Homer at the power plant is the most elegant illustration of this system. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, one of the first things they did was assess Homer's competence for his position and determine that he should be terminated. They looked at the safety inspector of a nuclear power facility and concluded immediately that his presence was incompatible with any reasonable standard of facility management. Homer was fired. Then the German investors assessed the cost of bringing the plant up to code and almost went bankrupt from the estimate. Burns bought the plant back. Burns rehired Homer immediately. Because Homer is not the safety inspector despite being incompetent. Homer is the safety inspector because he's incompetent. A competent safety inspector at the Springfield nuclear power plant would shut it down. Homer ensures it stays open. His incompetence is the plant's most essential operational feature. The violations continue. The waste goes into the water. The radiation keeps leaking. And Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply. And, through the power supply, over the entire economic and social structure of the community. A population too cognitively impaired to understand what's happening to them is the ideal population for this kind of system to operate on. And the radiation that impairs them is also the mechanism of their impairment. The plant poisons the water that damages the brains, that makes the people unable to question the plant. It's a closed loop. Homer's crayon isn't the full story. The crayon is a symptom with a cause. The cause is a town where the incentive structure has always run toward keeping people just a little bit less capable of looking at their situation clearly. Where the fish have 3 eyes and nobody tests the water. Where the owner of the power plant glows in the dark after his weekly treatment and people see him stumbling through the woods and think, alien, not radiation. Not the cracked cooling towers they pass every day on the way to work. Alien. That's how deep the normalization runs. That's how completely Springfield has absorbed and integrated the thing that's hurting it. You don't see it as a threat anymore. You see it as a quirky local story. You tell it at parties. You name the fish, and the fish stares back at you with its 3rd eye. And the water tastes the same as it always has. And you go home yellow, 4-fingered, and comfortable. And the plant keeps running. Section 3, the dream that never ended Homer's coma theory. Sanity rating, 5 out of 10. The most emotionally devastating theory in the history of fan speculation. On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of the show's 4th season aired. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. And somewhere inside the scaffolding of what was, honestly, a fairly standard episode, the show planted a detail that a certain kind of viewer has spent the following 3 decades trying to shake loose from their mind. The setup is simple enough. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one escalating slightly beyond the last, until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. The resulting can is pressurized to a degree that no container should be able to sustain. When Homer opens it in the kitchen, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. In the hospital recovering, Homer spots a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for it. The machine tips over, lands on him, and puts him into a coma. Not a dream sequence, not a cutaway. The show is explicit. Homer Simpson enters a clinically unconscious state and flatlines. The episode ends with what appears to be a resolution. Bart sits tearfully at Homer's bedside and confesses that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake at this exact moment and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything goes back to normal. Except for one detail, delivered in the episode's final minutes, presented as a throwaway gag that the show expects you to find charming and move past. Homer, in the coma, lost 5% of his brain function. Permanently, the doctors explain it. There's nothing to be done. That 5% is gone. And Homer's response to being told he has sustained permanent neurological damage is to laugh, even though he says he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this endearing. Nobody finds it alarming. This is the Homer coma theory. And in its full form, as it has been developed across forums and discussion threads and comment sections since the early days of internet fan communities, it goes like this. Homer didn't wake up. The vending machine crushed him and put him into a coma in April of 1993. And every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every celebrity appearance, every impossible event, every character development, every moment of joy and catastrophe and absurdity that The Simpsons has produced across 30-plus years is a dream. The extended, increasingly surreal, gradually deteriorating dream of a man lying unconscious in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function, while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. The theory's creator, posting on a forum under the name Hard Topic, a name, laid out the initial framework. The subsequent years of engagement with that framework have added layers of evidence that, assembled together, are genuinely difficult to argue against. Let's start with the most obvious thing. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a different show. Not a different show in the way that shows change as they age, gradually, imperceptibly, drifting with their cultural moment. A different show in a specific, locatable, documentable way. The first 4 seasons of The Simpsons deal with recognizable human problems told through satire. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers what it would mean to be unfaithful. Lisa develops feelings for a substitute teacher that she doesn't fully understand. Bart faces the prospect of failing a grade and the humiliation that follows. The stories are grounded in the kind of domestic and economic anxiety that real families move through. They're exaggerated, yes. They're funny, yes. But they are, at their core, stories about people trying to navigate the ordinary difficulties of ordinary life. After the coma episode, the show becomes something else. Homer goes to space, not as a fantasy, not as a dream within the episode's framing. Homer Simpson is selected by NASA to be an astronaut and travels to space in a rocket. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer joins a secret society. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante mob. Homer discovers his mother is a living fugitive radical. Homer meets God face to face, not once but twice. Homer travels to dozens of countries, holds hundreds of different jobs, befriends an extraordinary number of celebrities, and survives physical events that would kill a platoon of soldiers. The escalation is not subtle. It is seismic. The show goes from a grounded domestic satire to something operating according to rules that no longer resemble the physics of the world it originally depicted. And the turning point is not gradual. It's located. It corresponds to the episode where Homer's brain was permanently damaged. The coma theory's explanation is simple. Homer didn't wake up. The increasingly surreal and impossible nature of post-season 4 Simpsons is not a creative decision or a drift in quality. It is the direct representation of a comatose brain generating increasingly degraded simulations of a life it no longer has access to. The escalation from grounded sitcom to metaphysically impossible adventure is the escalation of neural deterioration. The dream gets stranger as the brain gets worse. Here is the detail that makes this theory haunt you. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God, actual God, face to face. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life. Not yet, but his time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. God was not making a theological observation. God was giving Homer a timeline. His time was coming. His waking life was approaching its end. And 6 months later, it did. What followed, the entirety of post-coma Simpsons, is what comes after the time arrives. A dream generated by a brain that's trying to hold on to everything it loved for as long as it can. The aging problem is where the theory becomes, for a lot of people, genuinely difficult to dismiss. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years, Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge exist in a permanent middle age that no amount of passing time dents or erodes. The show uses what the industry calls a floating timeline, where the characters always live in the present day regardless of how much real time has elapsed. This is standard practice for long-running animated shows, and most audiences accept it without thinking about it. But the coma theory explains it in a way that feels qualitatively different from the production convention explanation. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer went into the coma in 1993. At that moment, his children were the ages they were. His wife looked the way she looked. His friends existed in the forms he'd known them. And when a brain enters a comatose state, it doesn't have access to new information about the world. It can only generate from what it already had. Homer's unconscious mind cannot imagine his children aging because he wasn't awake to see it happen. His memory of them is fixed at the moment the vending machine fell. The dream preserves his family exactly as it was on the day he lost them. This is not an explanation offered by a showrunner or a writer. It is the explanation that the theory provides from within its own internal logic. And it is, as an explanation for why the characters don't age, significantly more elegant and more emotionally affecting than that's just how long-running cartoons work. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons also make sense under this reading. A comatose person does not experience silence. The hospital room has sounds, the television in the corner, conversations happening at the bedside, family members talking, nurses doing their rounds, the radio. A comatose brain receives all of this as ambient stimuli, and because the brain continues to process even when the body cannot respond, it incorporates those stimuli into the dream being generated. Homer's brain in the hospital hears names, voices, cultural references. It absorbs fragments of whatever is playing on the television and weaves them into the simulation. That's why later seasons are saturated with celebrity appearances. Every famous person who shows up in Springfield, every musician and politician and athlete who wanders into the narrative, is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness. His dreaming mind translated the fragments into characters and dropped them into the world it was trying to maintain. The show itself acknowledged the theory, in the particular way that The Simpsons acknowledges things it doesn't want to confirm. In season 34, a fake deleted scene was deliberately planted, presented as a leak, in which Homer wakes from a long coma and reveals that every outlandish episode had been a dream. The show then walked it back, claiming the scene was inserted by hackers, that it was a hoax, not canon. But think about what the act of making that scene requires. Someone wrote it, someone recorded it, someone animated it. The scene was fully produced. The show's writers created a scenario in which Homer wakes from his coma and the entire mythology collapses, and then they said it was a joke. They showed you the answer and immediately denied it was the answer. Al Jean, the longtime executive producer of The Simpsons, addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it wasn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. What he did not do was explain why nobody in the show ages. He did not explain the tonal shift between seasons 4 and 5. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from physical reality as the seasons have accumulated, which is exactly the trajectory you'd expect from a dream generated by a deteriorating brain. He said, "It's not true," and the interviewer moved on. But here is what the theory does that no official explanation ever has. It makes the emotional core of the show into something unified and purposeful. It takes 36 years of episodes and gives them a single through line. Not comedy, not satire, not episodic entertainment. Tragedy. A man who went to sleep in 1993 dreaming of his family. The only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would build for himself. Because Homer is not a complicated man. He doesn't want success or recognition or power or legacy. He wants his family. He wants Marge to still be there. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, impossible boy. He wants Lisa to still be practicing saxophone in her room. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the Simpsons house to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything. His children frozen at the ages he knew them. His wife unchanged. His life continuing in the form he understood it. Every disaster resolved by the next episode. Every catastrophe forgotten by the weekend. Every impossible adventure explained away by the reset that always comes. Because the reset is Homer's brain refusing to let the simulation end. Because if the simulation ends, if the dream finally crashes, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed. How old his children really are. Whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still at the bedside, or whether the chair that used to hold Marge now holds a different person or holds nobody. Or waking up means not waking up at all. This is the coma theory. Every episode you've watched, every time Homer has survived something impossible, every time the world has reset and Springfield has gone back to normal, is a man's mind refusing to let go of the things it loves, refusing to let the story end, refusing to allow the simulation to give him the one piece of information that would stop everything, whether anyone is still waiting. The show will never confirm this. It demonstrated with the fake deleted scene that it is aware of the theory, that the writers have thought through its implications, and that official confirmation is not coming. But it cannot disprove it because the evidence is structural. It's in the fabric of how the show was made and how it changed and when. Not in any single episode, not in any single line. In the gap between who Homer was before, April 1993, and who he has been since. In the fact that his children are always young. In the fact that the dream always finds its way home. Section 4. The case that was closed. Never solved who really shot Mr. Burns. Sanity rating, 6 out of 10. The official answer has problems. Real, documentable problems. The summer of 1995. The Simpsons has been on the air for 6 years. It is at the height of its cultural influence. It is the show that everyone watches and everyone talks about, and that has transformed the way American television thinks about animation. And that summer, the show does something that animated television has never tried before. It runs a genuine whodunit mystery across a season finale and a season premiere, separated by months of real time. It invites America to participate. It sets up a national contest. Fox runs promotional material. America's Most Wanted, a real true crime television program, produces a segment treating the fictional shooting of a fictional billionaire as if it were an actual unsolved case. The Simpsons isn't just a show that summer. It is a national puzzle. Here's what the puzzle is built on. By the end of Season 6's finale, Mr. Burns has done what Mr. Burns always eventually does, which is push things further than anyone anticipated. He has stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school budget and eliminating music, sports, and any extracurricular program the school had managed to maintain. He has financially destroyed Moe's Tavern, bankrupting its owner in the process. He has created a geological disruption that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle. He has caused injury to Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. And for the conclusion of his plan, he has constructed a mechanical device that blocks out the sun over the entire town of Springfield so that every resident will be forced to purchase electricity from his nuclear plant instead of harvesting solar energy. Burns has, in the span of one episode, made an enemy of every person in Springfield simultaneously. He has taken from the children, the elderly, the working class, the small business owners, the animals, and the natural world. He has committed an act against the entire population. When Smithers protests, Burns fires him on the spot. A town meeting is called. Every character the show has ever introduced appears. The air in the meeting hall is thick with rage. Multiple characters are shown holding weapons. The confrontation is imminent and deserved and feels, within the logic of the show, inevitable. Then Burns collapses. A single gunshot wound. He staggers to the town sundial, falls, and his hands come to rest on two letters, W and S. Or, from Burns's perspective looking upward, M and S. The screen goes dark. America has to wait through the summer to find out what happened. When the answer comes in September, the investigation is played for comedy. Chief Wiggum stumbles through the case. Smithers confesses immediately, but his confession falls apart because he was, it turns out, blackout drunk that night, and the crime he actually committed was shooting Jasper in his wooden leg in an entirely different location, not Burns. Wrong victim, wrong place, wrong gun. One by one, the suspects produce alibis. Skinner was elsewhere. Moe was elsewhere. Tito Puente, in the episode's most celebrated moment, performs a complete musical number explaining that he channeled his rage into a samba. The investigation stalls until police find an eyelash on Burns's jacket. DNA analysis identifies it as belonging to a Simpson, Homer Simpson. Fingerprints on the gun. The strongest documented motive in town. Burns has, in the most literal possible sense, never once remembered Homer's name, despite Homer working directly for him for years. The humiliation of that invisible relationship had driven Homer to a documented breaking point. Homer is arrested and about to be convicted, and then Burns wakes up from his coma and identifies the shooter. It was Maggie. According to Burns, he encountered the Simpson baby in the parking lot after the town meeting. He tried to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his own gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Baby did it. No jury in the world would convict an infant. And here's where you're supposed to accept the answer and move on. Instead, let's actually look at it. The contest, first. Fox invited viewers across the country to guess the shooter. The prize was substantial, an animated appearance in a future episode. Thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary for the two-parter, not a single entry from the randomly selected sample of contestants guessed Maggie. Nobody won. The person given the prize was selected randomly from the pool and, because they hadn't answered correctly, received a cash payment instead of the animated appearance. The show's writers note on the same commentary that they became aware of exactly one person who had guessed Maggie correctly, someone posting on a Simpsons news group on the night the first episode aired. This person was using a college internet account. By the time the producers tried to locate them, the account was inactive. They could not be found. The commentary from the DVD actually includes an open invitation for this person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as public record indicates, they never did. Think about what this means as a piece of information about the mystery the show designed. The creators said the answer was discoverable from the clues in Part 1. They promoted a national contest around this claim, and when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had figured it out from the available evidence. Either the clues were insufficient, or the red herrings were so effective they overwhelmed the actual evidence, or the answer didn't follow as logically from the established information as the promotion suggested it would. Now look at the clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, which read as M and S from his perspective. The show tells us this means Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Burns himself stated, canonically, within the episode, that his falling in that position was not intentional. He didn't choose to arrange his hands to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. The sundial reading was accidental. The show uses the sundial as the central visual clue for its central mystery, and then has its victim confirm that the clue was a coincidence. The most important clue in the most promoted mystery in the show's history was, by the victim's own testimony, meaningless. Then there's the gun. Burns carried a firearm in a holster. Before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon against him. This tells us something important about the shooter. The person who shot Burns was not someone who brought a weapon to the town meeting with the intention of using it. Most of the documented suspects at the meeting were shown with their own weapons. People who were angry enough and prepared enough to have come armed. The actual shooter was someone who was not carrying anything. Someone who encountered Burns's gun by chance and used it in an unplanned moment. A baby picking up a dropped gun fits this profile. So do a significant number of other characters who were present that night without their own weapons. And then there's Burns's reaction at the moment of the shooting. His last words, spoken as he recognized his attacker, were, "Oh, it's you," not a cry of surprise, not alarm or fear, a calm, flat recognition. The way you'd acknowledge someone you've encountered before and perhaps expected to see again. "Oh, it's you." Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever had a meaningful interaction with Homer Simpson's infant daughter prior to this event? The show doesn't establish any relationship between them. Burns barely recognizes Homer, a man who has been employed at his facility for years. The idea that Burns would look at a baby and calmly say, "Oh, it's you," as if acknowledging a familiar presence, doesn't cohere with what we know about how Burns relates to people, especially people significantly below his station. The phrase suggests recognition, not shock, not confusion, the recognition of someone the speaker had reason to anticipate. In season 18, Homer claims that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it directly, on camera, in what the show treats as a throwaway moment. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. The confession is made and absorbed, and the episode continues. Either Homer is lying, for attention, or for humor, which is consistent with his character. Or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it. And if Homer knows it because Homer did it, then Maggie was blamed for a crime committed by her father. An infant was designated the official perpetrator of an attempted murder because infants cannot be prosecuted. Because the investigation, operating within a legal framework that, as we've discussed, tends to arrive at whatever conclusion is most convenient for the community, needed someone to blame who would close the case without creating further complications. Maggie was the cleanest possible solution. She's 1 year old. She can't testify. She can't deny the accusation. She can't be convicted. And blaming her closes the file and lets the town move forward. Chief Wiggum says it explicitly. No jury in the world would convict a baby. He says this not as a lament about justice going unserved, but as the explanation for why the investigation is concluding. The identification of Maggie as the shooter is, in his phrasing, not a finding of justice but a mechanism of closure. There's also the Marge theory, which deserves more attention than it usually receives. The argument goes like this. Marge Simpson had the motive, the means, and the character. Burns had, across the episodes preceding the shooting, destroyed her children's school, injured her family's dog, and stolen the light from her town. Marge is a devoted mother whose entire self-concept is organized around protecting her family. She watched one man systematically dismantle everything her children had, and separately, Burns had previously fallen in love with Marge. This is canonical. Burns courted Marge with significant intensity and developed what he described as genuine feelings for her. He may still harbor them at the time of the shooting. The theory proposes that when Burns says, "Oh, it's you," he is speaking to Marge. That he recognizes her. That he does not fear her because he has feelings for her, and that when he wakes from the coma, he chooses not to identify her because he cannot bring himself to send her to prison. He points at the sundial and lets Springfield draw its own conclusions. And Springfield, operating as Springfield always does, draws the most convenient conclusion available. The alternate ending supports the possibility that the writers were not fully committed to Maggie as the answer. A complete, fully animated, fully voiced alternate conclusion was produced in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. This ending was shown in a later clip show, hosted by a fictional character who dismisses it by explaining that it wouldn't have made sense because the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, in his words, downright nutty. The dismissal is a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was ongoing when the episodes aired, in which a jury did ignore DNA evidence and return an acquittal. The show knows its audience knows this reference. The show is winking. It's telling you that ignoring DNA evidence happens, that the official finding is not necessarily the accurate one, that the people in power can make evidence point wherever they need it to point. An earlier draft had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered it seriously enough to plan story consequences around it before ultimately setting it aside. The final answer, Maggie, was not inevitable from the clues. The clues were adjusted to fit the chosen answer. The mystery was, in the show's own creative process, worked backwards. And in a town where we've already established that the legal system issues decrees based on community preference rather than factual evidence, where truth can be expelled by judicial order, where the collective agreement about what happened is more binding than what actually happened, the resolution of the Burns shooting looks like a very Springfield solution to a very Springfield problem. The case was closed. It was not solved. And in Springfield, as we've established, those are different things. Section 5. Too expensive to die. The Burns immortality theory. Sanity rating, 6 out of 10. The most logically coherent, impossible thing in Springfield. Charles Montgomery Burns has a birth year. The show has never committed to a single specific one, because committing to a specific year would require the floating timeline to resolve itself around a fixed point. And, as we'll discuss in a later section, the show is deeply invested in keeping fixed points unavailable. But across dozens of episodes, the accumulated references to Burns's personal history place his birth somewhere in the final decades of the 19th century. He has first-hand memories of events from before the 20th century began. He has personal relationships with historical figures who were active in the 1910s and 20s. He served in World War II, not as a young man drafted at the war's end, but as someone who was already a fully formed adult with established relationships and motivations before the first shot was fired. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history he learned, but as experience he had. He knew Howard Hughes personally. He attended Yale. By the most conservative arithmetic the show's evidence supports, Burns is comfortably past 100 years old. By the more generous readings of the continuity, he might be approaching 140. And he is not merely alive. He is functional. His body is frail. His physical strength is nearly non-existent. He requires assistance for basic tasks. But his mind is, by any measure the show applies to it, formidably intact. Burns runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He orchestrates complex multi-stage schemes. He manipulates municipal politics. He negotiates, deceives, plans, and adapts with the strategic fluency of someone whose cognitive machinery is operating at a high level. He is, arguably, the most intellectually formidable character in Springfield, operating across a span of existence that should have erased any mind it was housed in. How is he still alive? The show gives you one explicit answer in the Springfield Files episode we've already discussed. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so precisely calibrated, so chemically and radiologically extreme, that it causes his body to emit visible green light. The treatment keeps him alive for 7 days. At the end of 7 days, he needs another. Miss one, and he dies. The margin for error in keeping Burns alive is 0. He is not surviving through biology. He is surviving through engineering. Burns's continued existence is the product of a scheduled maintenance protocol, administered with the same regularity and precision that a machine requires scheduled servicing. His life is not lived between medical appointments. His medical appointments are the structure that his life is organized around, and the treatment itself involves radiation. This is the detail the theory hinges on. Burns, the owner and operator of a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into the environment of Springfield for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. The same material that his plant is dumping into the water supply and atmosphere of Springfield is the material that is, in a carefully managed form, keeping him alive. The show has also given Burns the single most unusual medical diagnosis in the history of fictional medicine. A doctor examines Burns and informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously. The doctor's explanation is that these diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium within Burns's body, each one preventing the others from progressing because they're all competing for the same biological resources. The doctor compares it to 3 people trying to walk through the same doorway simultaneously, and all of them being stuck. Burns's diseases cannot kill him, because they're all trying to kill him at the same time. This is played as comedy. It is one of the most quoted Burns scenes in the show's history. But when you layer it against the radiation theory, it describes something that is both logically consistent and genuinely disturbing. The weekly treatments are not curing Burns's diseases. They are not addressing any of his conditions in a conventional medical sense. They are managing the equilibrium. They are the mechanism by which every disease in Burns's body is kept in precise stasis, balanced against every other disease, none of them gaining enough advantage to break through and kill him. The treatments are not medicine. They are nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is functioning like a reactor, and the weekly sessions are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Remove the treatments, and the equilibrium collapses. Every suppressed condition surges forward simultaneously. Burns dies not from any one disease, but from all of them, all at once. Smithers is the critical figure in this system. Wayland Smithers's devotion to Burns has always been read, rightly, as a complex mixture of professional dedication, personal loyalty, and emotional attachment. The show has handled this relationship with varying degrees of nuance over the years, but the consistent portrait is of a man who has organized his entire life around the continued existence and comfort of his employer. The Burns immortality theory adds a layer to Smithers's motivation that the show never explicitly states, but that follows directly from the logic of the treatment system. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers monitors Burns's condition with an attention that borders on clinical vigilance. Smithers, in short, is the person standing between Burns and the missed treatment that would trigger the cascade that would kill him. Smithers knows this. He has to know this. He understands the treatment protocol well enough to manage it, which means he understands what happens when the protocol fails. Smithers's devotion to Burns is not entirely emotional. It is partly functional. He has become so integral to the maintenance of Burns's existence that his own continued presence is a medical necessity. If Smithers leaves, Burns dies. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, physiologically. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and the knowledge of this is woven into the foundation of their relationship in ways that neither of them probably ever articulate. The Burns family history adds another dimension. The show has established that the Burns dynasty is old. Not just wealthy old in the American sense of families that made money in the industrial era, old in a way that strains the normal timelines of American history. Burns speaks of his family's wealth and power as things that predate the nation's major institutions. He has described the Burns family as having shaped national infrastructure. He has referenced relationships with historical figures that place his lineage's influence as an active force across multiple generations of American history. For a family to maintain that kind of continuous, consolidated influence across that span of time requires something beyond normal generational succession. Normal succession loses things. Normal succession involves inheritance disputes and bad heirs, and the dilution of concentrated wealth across multiple descendants. The Burns family, as the show depicts it, has maintained its grip with a consistency that normal family dynamics don't produce. The theory asks whether the current Burns is unique or whether his family has historically found ways to extend the operating lifespan of its patriarchs beyond what biology would naturally allow. Before nuclear radiation and modern medicine, before the specific technologies that are currently keeping Burns functional, did earlier members of the Burns dynasty employ other methods to maintain their hold on power? The show doesn't answer this, but the pattern it establishes, of a family that should have diffused its power across generations and hasn't, points toward it. And Burns's relationship with death itself is worth examining. He has come closer to dying than almost any other character. He was shot by Maggie Simpson and placed into a coma. He has been hospitalized more times than the show has tracked. He has collapsed, fallen, been abandoned in the wilderness, been exposed to conditions that should have overwhelmed a body already compromised by age and accumulated disease. Every time, he comes back. Not through the cartoon resilience that allows Homer to survive explosions and move on. Homer endures because the show needs him to endure, and his recovery is treated as comedic physics. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through the institutional apparatus of wealth that ensures, regardless of what happens to his body, there will always be someone standing by with the resources and the protocol and the expertise to bring him back to baseline. Every dollar he's ever spent, every physician he's retained, every arrangement he's made with the medical establishment has served this single function. Keep Burns alive. Keep the treatments coming. Keep the equilibrium balanced. Homer survives because the show is a cartoon. Burns survives because he has spent a century engineering a system designed to ensure his survival independent of what happens to his physical form. Homer's immortality is passive. Burns's is constructed. And the most unsettling part of the Burns immortality theory isn't the immortality itself. It's the system it has created and what that system requires to sustain itself. Springfield's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the weekly treatments. The treatments depend on the pharmaceutical infrastructure that Burns's wealth funds. The wealth depends on the power plant operating without meaningful oversight. The operation without oversight depends on Homer being the safety inspector. And Homer, being the safety inspector in the first place, depends on the arrangement between Burns and Homer's father, which was struck because Burns had information about Grandpa that Grandpa needed kept quiet, which means the entire chain goes back to Burns, always to the man at the top of the closed loop. Burns cannot die because if Burns dies, the loop collapses. The treatments stop. The plant faces genuine regulation. The safety violations get addressed. The water gets tested. The three-eyed fish gets studied. The bones in the basement get investigated. Everything that has been held in stasis by the weight of Burns's continued existence would suddenly be subject to the kind of scrutiny that the Tamsarian mechanism has been preventing. Springfield would have to look at itself clearly for the first time, and the show has told us, in The Principal and the Pauper and in every episode that follows the same pattern, that Springfield will do almost anything to avoid looking at itself clearly. So Burns lives. The treatments continue. The loop keeps running. And Springfield pays the price for Burns's survival by being the environment that makes the survival necessary, the contamination zone whose resources fund the pharmaceutical apparatus that keeps the contaminated man alive. He's not immortal. He's too expensive to die. Section 6. The smartest person in Springfield. Maggie's secret genius theory. Sanity rating, 6 out of 10. The evidence is hiding in plain sight and always has been. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot reliably walk without falling down. She communicates primarily through the rhythmic noise of her pacifier and the occasional expression that crosses her face with an intensity that doesn't belong on a baby. She has never delivered a sustained sentence. Her first word, a single syllable spoken once in the presence of Elizabeth Taylor, was never repeated in any meaningful way. She is, on the surface, the most passive member of the Simpson family. The baby who gets carried, placed, moved, settled. The one the show uses as punctuation, a reaction shot, an endearing sight gag at the end of a scene. But look at what Maggie has actually done. She shot a billionaire. Not accidentally, not as a reflex. She encountered Mr. Burns, a man who had spent decades exercising absolute power over every aspect of Springfield's existence, and she shot him. The investigation that followed, the most intensive criminal inquiry in the show's history, concluded with her identification as the perpetrator. And the aftermath was nothing, because she is a baby, because babies cannot be prosecuted, because the system has no mechanism for holding an infant accountable. Which means Maggie committed an act of violence against the most powerful man in Springfield and faced zero consequences. Whether or not she intended it, whether or not the shooting was accidental or deliberate, the outcome is the same. Maggie acted. Burns fell. And Maggie went home. But the shooting is actually the least interesting thing about her, because what comes after is where the theory takes shape. After the resolution of the Burns case, after everyone has left the room and Maggie is alone, she checks her surroundings, deliberately. She looks to the left and looks to the right with a specificity of motion that doesn't describe a baby registering environmental noise. She looks the way someone looks when they want to verify that nobody is watching. When she's satisfied that the room is empty, she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as a confession, as playful evidence that the baby knows what she did. But the reading the theory proposes is different and more disturbing and arguably better supported. She's not confessing. She's remembering. Babies mimic what they've seen. They imitate the adults and events in their environment. Maggie moving her pacifier to recreate the motion of a trigger pull could be the memory of an action she took, but it could also be the reproduction of an action she witnessed. She was in the parking lot. She saw something happen. And in the quiet of an empty room, where no one can see her and she doesn't have to perform infancy for anyone, She replays it. The distinction matters because one version of Maggie shot Mr. Burns and knows she did it. The other version of Maggie saw who actually shot Mr. Burns and has been carrying that information in complete silence ever since. Both versions are disturbing. The 2012 theatrical short, The Longest Daycare, is the strongest piece of direct evidence the theory has. Released theatrically before Ice Age, Continental Drift, nominated for an Academy Award, 7 minutes long. It shows Maggie being dropped off at a daycare center called the Ayn Rand School for Tots, run with authoritarian precision by a woman who has organized the facility around a rigid hierarchy of categorized children. Inside the daycare, Maggie encounters a caterpillar that is about to become a butterfly. She wants to protect it. A bully infant named Gerald wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie executing a rescue operation of increasing complexity, a sequence of planned actions that require her to read the environment, identify threats, develop countermeasures, anticipate other people's behavior, improvise when plans fail, and adapt her strategy in real time to achieve her objective. She does all of this without speaking. She cannot walk reliably. She falls, crawls, pulls herself upright, and falls again. But every decision she makes is correct. Every move is optimized. Every improvisation succeeds. She is operating with adult-level strategic cognition in a body that hasn't developed the motor function to support it. Her mind is running significantly ahead of her physical capabilities. And she compensates for every limitation her body imposes because the mind is doing the heavy lifting. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly on multiple occasions. The results vary by episode because the show treats Maggie's cognitive abilities as a recurring gag rather than as a consistent character attribute. But the direction of variation is always the same. Maggie's intelligence registers as extraordinary, off the charts, beyond the range of whatever measurement the episode is deploying. The show plays this for a quick moment and moves on. But the pattern accumulates. Here is the theory in its simplest form. Maggie doesn't talk because she has chosen not to. Not because she can't. Not because she hasn't developed language. But because she has assessed her environment and concluded that silence is the optimal strategy. Look at what happens to intelligent people who make themselves visible in the Simpson household and in Springfield at large. Lisa Simpson is genuinely brilliant. The show has established her IQ, her academic record, her capacity for abstract reasoning, her ability to engage with complex ideas as legitimate gifts that separate her from the people around her. And the result of Lisa's intelligence being visible, of Lisa consistently presenting herself as the smartest person in the room, is isolation, mockery, dismissal. Lisa speaks up in class and her peers find her tedious. Lisa challenges authority and authority pushes back. Lisa has spent her entire childhood being the person who is smartest and least accommodated, who sees the most and is taken the least seriously. Maggie has watched this happen her entire life. She has been present for every instance of Lisa being dismissed. She has observed, from her position in the crib or the stroller or the floor, what happens when intelligence makes itself known in this particular environment. She has conducted a longitudinal study on the relationship between visible intelligence and social consequence in the Simpson family, and she has reached a conclusion. Silence is protection. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Consider the operational logic. Every significant thing Maggie has done, every heroic act and every display of capability has happened below the level of adult attention. She saved the family from multiple threats without the family ever fully registering that she was the one who saved them. She led the daycare rebellion against the authoritarian caretaker without any adult in the building understanding what was happening until it was done. She shot the most powerful man in Springfield, and the subsequent investigation focused on everyone except the baby because nobody seriously considered that a baby could be the relevant actor. Invisibility is Maggie's most powerful capability, and she maintains it through the most effective possible disguise, performing exactly what people expect from a 1-year-old. Quiet, passive, requiring care, requiring attention, fundamentally dependent. She has built a persona that makes her invisible even when she's in the room, because everyone looking at her sees what they've been conditioned to expect from a baby and stops there. Behind the persona, something is watching. Something is processing every conversation, every pattern, every system. Something is waiting. Now layer this against the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and those mutations affect individuals differently, Maggie and Homer represent opposite extremes of the same contamination. Homer's mutations suppressed his cognition. Something about the combination of environmental radiation, physical brain damage, and years of accumulated exposure reduced Homer's intelligence to a level that makes him manageable, compliant, and incapable of connecting the dots about his own situation. Maggie's mutation did the opposite. The same environmental cause, the same irradiated water and compromised air, produced in the youngest Simpson a cognitive amplification. Her intelligence didn't just survive the contamination supercharged it. Homer is what radiation does when it takes something away. Maggie is what it does when it adds something the biology wasn't built to house. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius reads as something that breaks the heart when you see it clearly. Homer cannot watch his youngest child grow up. He cannot see her develop. He cannot hear her speak or witness what kind of person she's becoming. He went into the coma when she was an infant, and in the coma she remains an infant, because his brain has no information about who she grows into. So what does the dreaming mind of a father do with a child he can never see grow up? It makes her extraordinary. It gives her capabilities that no baby should possess. It makes her powerful enough to handle anything, capable enough to protect herself from everything, brilliant enough to navigate a world she can't yet walk through. It makes her into the person Homer needs her to be in his absence. Maggie's genius, in the coma reading, is Homer's prayer. A father's deepest hope, projected onto the child he can no longer reach. The dream tells him, she will be okay. She doesn't need you to protect her. She was always going to be okay. And if none of the metaphysical theories are true, if Springfield is just Springfield and Homer is just Homer and the show is just the show, then Maggie's silence is still the most interesting thing about her. Because she is 1 year old and she has already learned something that most people spend their entire lives failing to understand. The world doesn't reward the loudest intelligence. It tolerates it at best and punishes it at worst. The person who acts below the radar, who accomplishes things in the margins while everyone's attention is directed elsewhere, who performs passivity while practicing mastery, that person moves through the world with a freedom that the visible person never has. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She has shot a man, led a revolution, saved her family, and passed the most rigorous standardized tests with scores that the tests weren't designed to measure. She has done all of this without saying a single word. Because the most dangerous people in the room are the ones you haven't started worrying about yet. Section 7. The woman who explains everything. The Mona Simpson conspiracy. Sanity rating? 7 out of 10. 3 generations of a family broken by one man's grudge. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him so when Homer was young. He had shown Homer a grave. Homer had mourned in the particular way that Homer mourns things, incompletely, never fully. He had grown up holding the knowledge of his mother's death somewhere in the background of his personality, a fact that shaped him without being something he could look at directly. And the shape it gave him is visible in every episode. Homer's desperate need for approval, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to absorb humiliation and neglect from his employer rather than risk the security of his position. His clinginess toward Marge, his need to be loved by her in a way that borders on compulsive, his fundamental belief, expressed through behavior rather than through language, that he is the kind of person people leave. These are not random personality traits. They are the specific contours of someone who, as a child, was left, who was told that the leaving was death, was permanent, was not a choice the person made, but something that simply happened. The grief was real, the loss was real. The abandonment, though it took a different form than Homer was told, was real in every consequence that mattered. Season 7. The episode called Mother Simpson. It aired in November of 1995, and it is, by the consensus of the show's audience and critics and writers, one of the greatest episodes the series has ever produced. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working a Saturday. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town believes he's dead. When Marge compels him to visit the Hall of Records and correct the error, Homer discovers that his own death certificate was easy to file because his file already contained another death certificate that, upon examination, turns out not to belong to the person it was supposed to document, his mother's death certificate, which, cross-referenced with the municipal records, reveals that she is listed as alive. The grave Abe showed him was not his mother's. It was the grave of Walt Whitman. Abe Simpson had been presenting a famous poet's headstone as his wife's burial site for the entirety of Homer's conscious life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery. She doesn't recognize him immediately. He has changed in ways she wasn't there to see. But when he proves who he is, when the recognition comes, the show achieves something it doesn't always reach for: genuine, unadorned emotional weight. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other in the place they each came to grieve. And then Mona tells him the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because staying would have put him and Abe in danger, because of what she had done, because of the man she had done it against. The story goes back to 1969. Mona was ordinary, married, young, with a small son named Homer, living a quiet domestic life in Springfield while the country outside was fracturing. The civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, the counterculture pushing against every established structure, and Mona, watching it from inside an ordinary Springfield life, found herself changing. She joined a group of activists. The show calls them hippies, but the show also makes clear that their cause was legitimate and their target was real. They targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Not a nuclear power plant, a germ warfare facility. A laboratory built for the production of biological weapons, operating in Springfield, owned by the same man who would later build the nuclear plant with 342 safety violations. Burns was not just a negligent industrialist who poisoned his town through greed. He was manufacturing weapon-grade pathogens in the community where Homer Simpson was growing up. Mona and her group broke into the facility. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device that destroyed the biological agents stored inside. The raid was successful. The weapons were neutralized. But as the group fled, Mona stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos. She stopped to help them. That someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. And Burns, looking up at the person who had helped him off the ground, saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a federal fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact Abe. She couldn't hold her son. She couldn't explain any of it to the small boy who would wake up the next morning and find her gone. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared. Homer woke up, and his mother was dead. Except she wasn't dead. She was somewhere in America, living under assumed identities, moving when she had to, surviving without the family she'd had to leave behind. For 27 years. When Homer finds her in season 7, the reunion is brief. Burns spots Mona through a cab window and calls the authorities. The FBI shows up at the Simpson house. Mona flees again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he knows why she left. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man who made his mother into a fugitive is the same man who signs his weekly paycheck. Homer doesn't connect the dots. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't even seem to fully integrate the information that the man who has employed him, his entire adult life, is the man who destroyed his childhood. The show plays this not as comedy but as tragedy, because Homer is not capable of making this connection. His brain doesn't work that way. The cognitive impairment that has defined his life, whether its source is the crayon or the radiation or both, has made him incapable of the kind of sustained reasoning that would allow him to see the shape of what was done to him. And this is where the theory becomes something more than a fan framework. This is where it becomes a statement about power and how power maintains itself. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By forcing Mona out of Springfield when Homer was a small child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with a specific set of psychological characteristics: the desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the willingness to accept mistreatment rather than risk the loss of the stability he has, the inability to see himself as deserving of better. These characteristics, produced by the loss of his mother, produced by the lie his father told him, produced by the grief he carried without ever understanding its actual source, made Homer into the ideal employee for Burns's power plant. Not because Burns consciously designed this outcome. Maybe the engineering was inadvertent, but the result is the same. Homer is in Sector 7G because Burns broke him before he was old enough to understand what breaking felt like. And Homer in Sector 7G, incompetent and compliant and grateful and unable to advocate for himself, serves Burns's operational needs precisely. A capable safety inspector would shut the plant down. Homer keeps it open. Burns keeps Homer employed because an incompetent inspector is more valuable than a competent one, and Homer stays employed because the alternative, facing the world without the structure of a job he can navigate on autopilot, is more frightening than any amount of mistreatment. There's a later revelation that adds another layer. Burns committed a crime that Grandpa Simpson discovered. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer a permanent position at the plant, regardless of performance. The deal was struck in secret and maintained in secret, and Homer has never been told about it, which means Homer has spent his entire working life believing that his job security reflects something about his own worth, rather than reflecting an arrangement made between his grandfather figure and the man who ruined his family. Homer believes he belongs there. He believes the job, whatever its miseries, is his, and the belief is based on a lie constructed by the people who had the most to gain from his continued presence in Sector 7G, 3 generations. Grandpa made a deal with the devil. Mona fought the devil and lost everything. Homer inherited the consequences and has never understood why his life feels so heavy, why he cannot leave, why something keeps pulling him back to the plant, to the yellow room, to the donut, to the same day lived again and again. The show proved, in the episode where Homer's crayon is removed and his intelligence returns, what Homer could have been. He becomes articulate, aware, capable of genuine insight. He starts to understand things. He starts to see the architecture of Springfield, of his job, of his life, with a clarity that the crayon had been blocking, and he can't stand it. He sees too much. He understands too much. The clarity is unbearable because what it reveals is the full weight of everything that was taken from him before he was old enough to resist it. So, he puts the crayon back, he chooses the fog, but the choice was rigged before he made it. Homer was never meant to be clear-eyed in Springfield. The system that Burns built and Grandpa reinforced and the radiation maintained was always designed to keep Homer exactly where he was. In the fog, in the plant, in the loop. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Homer was with her. He held her hand, and the scene is quiet in a way the show rarely achieves. No cutaway gag, no punchline, no reset. Just a man and his mother, and the weight of 27 stolen years between them. It is the show admitting, briefly and without flinching, that not everything is funny, that some things were taken that cannot be returned, that Burns won. Burns always wins. Because the man with the money writes the rules, and the rules have Homer in Sector 7G, exactly where Burns needs him, until the end. Burns didn't take Homer's mother. He took Homer's entire possible life. And Homer never figured it out because the system made sure he couldn't. That's the conspiracy. It doesn't require secret meetings or shadowy organizations. It just requires one very powerful man with a very long memory and the resources to make sure that anyone who gets in his way finds the world slightly harder to navigate than it would otherwise be. For 3 generations, the Simpson family has been finding the world slightly harder to navigate, and the plant keeps running. Section 8. The show that predicted everything, the Simpsons prophecy theory. Sanity rating, 7 out of 10. Most of it is explainable. Some of it is still deeply strange. In the year 2000, a Simpsons episode called Bart to the Future depicted a future timeline in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States. Her predecessor in the Oval Office is identified by name as Donald Trump. The episode aired in March of 2000. Donald Trump would win the presidency 16 years later, in November of 2016. 16 years. The internet, when it made this connection in 2016, responded with a combination of amazement and genuine unease. Screenshots circulated, video clips went viral. People who had not watched the show in years found themselves confronted with an image of Trump's name printed in a Simpsons episode from a decade and a half before his election, and the question they asked was the one the prediction phenomenon has always generated. How did they know? The honest answer, the one that the show's own creators have consistently offered when asked, is more mundane than any conspiracy theory would prefer. Al Jean, executive producer of the show since its early seasons, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly on multiple occasions. His explanation is compact and entirely reasonable. If you throw enough darts, you're going to hit some bullseyes. That's the framework. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, cultural observations, satirical predictions, technological speculations, and social commentaries. When you generate that much content about American culture over that long a period of time, some portion of it is going to align with future events through the simple, uncanny, entirely statistical mechanism of volume. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak creative seasons, put it more plainly still. There are very few cases where the show predicted something, he said. It's mainly coincidence, because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have worked through the most viral prediction claims methodically and found, in most cases, that the coincidence is the result of trend observation rather than foresight. The writers didn't predict a Trump presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for president since the late 1980s and wrote a joke about where that tendency, taken to its logical extreme, might eventually land. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating pattern in the entertainment industry and imagined the endpoint of that acceleration. They didn't predict the smartwatch. They thought about where wearable personal technology was heading and drew a wrist-mounted device. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been one of the most academically credentialed in television. Multiple writers hold degrees from elite institutions in mathematics, science, political theory, computer science. These are people who think about systems and trends and trajectories for a living, who study the current state of American culture and then extrapolate it forward toward its absurd but logical conclusions. They're not seeing the future. They're reading the present more carefully than most people do. This is the debunking, and it's good. It's accurate. It explains the majority of what people are pointing at when they say the show predicted something, but it doesn't explain everything. The Trump episode didn't just predict that a celebrity might run for president. It specified Trump by name and depicted him on an escalator descending into a crowd, which mirrors the visual composition of the actual announcement Trump made in 2015 almost exactly. The Siegfried and Roy episode didn't just joke about performers working with dangerous animals. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers in a way that closely corresponds to what actually happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the show's white tigers. The episode that joked about a flu virus originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic and supply shortages and a frantic search for a cure, aired in 1993, 27 years before 2020. And within that episode, the townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees, which became a separate viral prediction when Asian giant hornets showed up in the United States in 2020 at the same time as the actual pandemic. The Cypress Hill episode, in which the rap group accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for their concert, aired in 1996. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the event it described. These cases resist the pure coincidence explanation. They're too specific. The details align in ways that feel like more than statistical noise, even when you've accepted the statistical noise framework for most of the other examples. This is where the most interesting version of the prediction theory lives. Not the supernatural version, not the time travel conspiracy, but something that's stranger and more grounded than either of those. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through magic, not through prophecy, through cultural influence operating at a scale and across a duration that no other piece of American media has matched. The Simpsons has been the dominant television cultural artifact in the United States for over 3 decades. Its jokes have entered the American lexicon and become reference points for how Americans understand their own culture. Its observations have become part of the interpretive framework people use when they look at events and institutions and patterns. Its satirical rendering of American life has been the air that American cultural conversation breathed for a generation. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream immediately and stays there. Millions of people see it. It becomes the thing people reference when Trump's political ambitions come up in conversation. It normalizes the idea, makes it feel familiar, removes the quality of shocking impossibility from a scenario that might otherwise feel too absurd to take seriously. The joke doesn't predict that Trump will become president. The joke makes the idea feel like something that was always going to happen. It primes the cultural imagination. It makes the eventual reality feel like recognition rather than surprise. When Trump won, people who remembered the Simpsons episode didn't experience the outcome as a shock. They experienced it as the punchline arriving. The show didn't tell them it would happen. It told them it made sense. And there's a version of this argument that goes further, that suggests the show doesn't just normalize future events, but actively participates in bringing them about. A media artifact that tells 50 million people, repeatedly, over decades, that media consolidation is the inevitable trajectory of the entertainment industry contributes to a cultural environment in which media consolidation feels inevitable. People who feel something is inevitable are less likely to resist it. Regulatory structures built by people who absorb the inevitability narrative are less likely to prevent it. The Disney-Fox merger wasn't predicted by The Simpsons. But The Simpsons may have contributed to the cultural conditions in which it felt like a natural development rather than a thing that needed to be actively prevented. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has been slowly becoming Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it so long that we started to resemble what we saw. The corrupt billionaire who owns the essential infrastructure and uses it to control the population. The incompetent person in the critical safety role whose incompetence serves the powerful man's interests. The government that responds to catastrophic environmental contamination with a dome rather than an accountability mechanism. The population that has been in the contaminated environment so long that they can't see it anymore. The Simpsons isn't describing America's future. It's describing America's present, repeatedly, from the same angle, and the repetition has made the description feel like prophecy, because prophecy and exhaustive documentation of existing conditions look identical from the outside. Now here's the part that adds genuine strangeness even after you've understood the mechanism. The show has also made jokes that haven't come true. Thousands of them. Predictions about jetpacks and moon colonies and political outcomes that went differently. Technological speculations that turned out to be wrong. Cultural predictions that missed. Satires that aimed at targets that simply didn't behave the way the writers expected them to. Nobody shares these. Nobody screenshots the Simpsons predictions that failed. Nobody builds viral posts around the time the show got it wrong. The confirmation bias operates with absolute efficiency. The hits get remembered and amplified, the misses disappear, and the result is a highlight reel that looks like prophecy when it's actually the result of massive volume filtered through the strongest possible selection bias. You are not remembering a show that predicted the future. You are remembering the fraction of a show's enormous output that happened to align with subsequent events, having forgotten everything that didn't. This is the rational explanation for the prediction phenomenon. It is complete, it is accurate, it accounts for everything, and yet, when you know how the trick works and then a new Simpsons clip surfaces from 15 years ago depicting something that happened last week with uncomfortable specificity, there's still a moment. A pause. A small, involuntary thing that happens in the back of your reasoning that the front of your reasoning has to talk down. The show wrote enough possible futures that some of them were bound to materialize, and the ones that materialized are the only ones anyone remembers. But try telling that to yourself the next time you see one. Section 9. Everywhere and Nowhere Where is Springfield? Sanity rating, 8 out of 10. The geography is impossible on purpose, and the purpose is darker than you think. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can name it than can name the capital of many actual states. It has a nuclear power plant, an elementary school, a tavern, a gorge, a harbor, a retirement castle, a prison, a monorail, and a quick E-Mart. It has mountains and an ocean and a desert and farmland and forests. It borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching. It experiences blizzards and tropical heat waves across the same calendar year. It has a coast. It has a heartland. It has a Canadian border and something that might be Mexico within reasonable driving distance. No real American town has this combination of geographic features. No real location in the United States simultaneously possesses oceanfront property and alpine terrain and desert landscape and agricultural plains. The geography of Springfield describes not a place, but an accumulation of every kind of American place layered on top of each other, until the result is a location that could only exist in a medium not bound by physical constraints. The show has spent 36 years making it deliberately impossible to determine where Springfield is. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow the possibilities, another clue appears in a subsequent episode that contradicts it. In one episode, Springfield is clearly northern. In another, it's clearly southern. Lisa's area code starts with 636, which is a Missouri exchange. A sign briefly visible in one episode gives the state abbreviation as NT, which is not a state. When Homer calls the state capital, the voice identifies the state as beginning with a vowel, which narrows the field somewhat and then immediately opens it back up to a range of possibilities too wide to be useful. Matt Groening, the show's creator, named Springfield after Springfield, Oregon. He acknowledged this in a 2012 Smithsonian Magazine interview, explaining that he chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America and because he grew up near the Oregon version. For approximately 48 hours after that interview published, the mystery appeared solved. Springfield was in Oregon. That was the answer. And then the show continued producing episodes that placed Springfield in geographical contexts inconsistent with Oregon, and the writers made no adjustment to honor Groening's confession, and the mystery reasserted itself as if the interview had not occurred. Because the mystery was never actually the question. The mystery was always the point. The standard explanation, the one the show's creative team has offered when pressed, is that Springfield's geographic impossibility is intentional design philosophy. Springfield is meant to be every American town simultaneously. By being set in a place that could be anywhere, the show achieves maximum resonance with the broadest possible audience. Every viewer can see something of their hometown in Springfield, because Springfield contains something of every hometown. The geography serves the universality of the satire. This is true. It's the right reading of the artistic intention, and it explains the geographic impossibility in terms of what the show is trying to accomplish. But the other theories we've been discussing tonight suggest additional layers. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield is genuinely a contamination zone where the laws of biology have been fundamentally warped by decades of nuclear exposure, then why should the geography be exempt? The people of Springfield have 4 fingers. Their fish have 3 eyes. Their owner of the power plant glows in the dark. The basic operating assumptions of physical reality in Springfield are already compromised. If the contamination can alter biological systems at the cellular level, if it can extend human lifespans beyond their natural limits and mutate entire populations toward new physiological baselines, there's no logical reason to assume that the physical landscape itself would be immune. Maybe Springfield has mountains and an ocean because the radiation has warped the space around the town. Maybe the contamination doesn't just affect living systems. Maybe it affects the physical geography, compressing features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. Maybe Burns's plant doesn't just poison the water. Maybe it bends the map. If the coma theory is correct, if Springfield is the dream of a man lying unconscious in a hospital bed, then its geographic impossibility is the most natural thing about it. Dreams don't follow cartographic logic. They follow emotional logic. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise and accurate map of the United States in its memory. It has impressions. Fragments. The mountains from somewhere he went once. The ocean from a television commercial. The farmland from driving through the Midwest. The desert from a movie. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, overlapping them without regard for physical plausibility, because the unconscious mind doesn't have a spatial consistency requirement. It has a familiarity requirement. Springfield feels like America because it's assembled from Homer's memory of America, which is not cartographically accurate but emotionally comprehensive. If the Tamsarian collective denial framework is the operating principle, then Springfield's geographic vagueness is the most sophisticated expression of that principle. You cannot investigate a town you cannot locate. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear facility if you cannot determine which state's regulatory authority has jurisdiction. You cannot hold anyone accountable for environmental violations if the jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. Springfield floats between states because landing in a specific state means acquiring a specific regulatory apparatus, a specific attorney general, a specific EPA regional office, a specific set of legal frameworks through which the plant's 342 violations could, in principle, be addressed. As long as Springfield doesn't have a fixed location, it doesn't have a fixed accountability structure. And a town that operates the way Springfield operates needs to maintain as much ambiguity about its legal address as possible. The geographic impossibility is not a consequence of the show's universal appeal strategy. The geographic impossibility is a legal strategy. A town with no fixed location has no fixed oversight. Springfield floats because floating is the only way to stay unreachable. There's also a reading that connects specifically to the Burns machinery. Burns has been operating the plant for longer than any regulatory framework has been consistently applied to it. He has managed to remain in business through government changes, through the evolution of environmental law, through the development of nuclear regulation, through every institutional shift that should have brought him into compliance at some point across a century of operation. He has done this through a combination of wealth, political influence, and regulatory capture. Geographic ambiguity makes all of this easier. If the plant's location shifts with the episode, if no single regulatory authority can claim consistent jurisdiction, then the legal landscape around the plant is as impossible to pin down as the physical one. Burns doesn't just operate the plant in a physical no-man's land. He operates it in a legal one. The Behind the Laughter episode, the Season 12 mockumentary that treats the Simpsons as a real family, briefly resolves the location question. Springfield is identified as being in northern Kentucky. Then, in syndicated reruns of the same episode, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The same episode, on different platforms, gives different answers. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth depending on where you were watching it. Even when Springfield has a definitive answer, that answer isn't definitive. It mutates. It shifts. It refuses to be pinned to a map the same way everything else in Springfield refuses to be pinned to anything. This is the final, strange quality of the Springfield location mystery. The ambiguity is not a mystery with a hidden solution that the show is protecting. The ambiguity is the solution. The answer to "where is Springfield?" is that Springfield is the kind of place that doesn't answer that question, that maintains its unanswerable quality as a fundamental feature of its existence. Springfield will never be definitively located. Not because the writers can't decide, but because a Springfield with a fixed address is worth less to the show's larger project than a Springfield that belongs to everyone. And a Springfield that belongs to everyone is a Springfield that no single regulatory authority is responsible for. Which means Burns keeps running the plant. Which means the water stays poisoned. Which means the map keeps changing. And Springfield keeps being everywhere, so that no one jurisdiction has to answer for what it actually is. Section 10. The loop that never breaks the floating timeline, and what it actually means. Sanity rating, 9 out of 10. The strangest thing about this theory is that it might just be true. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in December of 1989. He is 10 years old right now. In the time between those two facts, the real world has completed 36 calendar years. Governments have changed. Technologies have been invented and become obsolete. Cultural movements have risen and faded. The specific texture of American life in 2025 is unrecognizable from the specific texture of American life in 1989 in almost every meaningful category. In Springfield, 0 years have passed. Not a metaphor, not an observation about the show's relationship to time. 0 actual years. Bart is 10, Lisa is 8, Maggie is 1. Homer and Marge are somewhere in their middle 30s, give or take the imprecisions that come from a timeline that has been deliberately kept fluid. The Simpson family is locked at the ages they were when the show began, cycling through the same approximate life phase forever, while the world around them advances and they remain still. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. The mechanics are simple. The show's present is always the audience's present. When an episode airs in 1995, the characters are living in 1995. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. The year advances. The technology advances. The cultural references advance. The characters don't. Most audiences accept this without much thought because it's a convention they've been conditioned to accept through decades of animated television. The Flintstones were always the same age. The Jetsons were always the same age. Long-running animation has always used the floating timeline as its operational model, and the convention is so familiar that it doesn't register as strange. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has generated contradictions that have strained the suspension of disbelief, even for people who were never asking questions about it. The most concrete problem is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was anchored in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. Their courtship was defined by the cultural markers of that moment: the music, the fashion, the political atmosphere, the particular American experience of coming of age in the decade after Vietnam. They had Bart in the early 1980s. Their biography made sense for parents in their mid-30s in 1989. But if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1978. They met in approximately 2005. Their high school years were shaped not by disco and Watergate, but by early social media and the aftermath of September 11th. The cultural formation that the show used to establish who they are doesn't belong to the era they're supposed to have grown up in anymore. The show has addressed this by simply rewriting the backstory. Multiple times, flashback episodes have depicted Homer and Marge's youth in the 1970s, then the 1990s, then the 2000s, adjusting the era to keep the arithmetic of their ages internally consistent with the floating present. Their origin story has been told at least 4 times, each time in a different decade, each time with different cultural markers, each time as if the previous versions hadn't happened. Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. They have an approximate past that gets revised every several years to prevent the floating timeline from producing visible anachronisms. Their memories are unstable, their histories are drafts rather than records, and the show treats this as normal because within the floating timeline's logic, it is. Now bring every theory we've discussed tonight to this point. Every framework, every reading, every interpretation. Because this is where they all converge. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer went into the coma in April 1993. His children were the ages they were at that moment. His wife looked the way she looked. His life was in the configuration it was in, and the coma brain, generating a dream from that moment's snapshot, cannot add years to people it has no new information about. The floating timeline is not a production convention in the coma theory. It is the literal description of how comatose dreaming works. Homer's children are 10 and 8 and 1 because Homer will always think of them as 10 and 8 and 1. Because the last time he knew them, that's what they were. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level by decades of exposure to nuclear contamination. If the radiation has warped their physiological development in the ways the visible evidence suggests, if the contamination has produced mutations that affect basic biological processes, then perhaps the process that determines how cells replicate over time, the mechanism of aging itself, has been affected. Burns is over 100 years old and still operating at cognitive capacity. The population shows physical characteristics that don't correspond to normal human biology. If the radiation can produce those effects, the suspension of the aging process is on the same continuum. The Tamsarian framework says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees not to notice. The floating timeline is the same mechanism as the vote to expel the real Seymour Skinner, applied to time itself. The community has agreed that the present will always be the same present, that nobody will age, that the calendar will advance but the people won't. It's not magic. It's the same social contract that makes every other inconvenient truth disappear. The town voted to freeze time, and time, in Springfield, complies. The Burns immortality theory says at least one Springfield resident has found a way to defeat aging through technology and wealth. If Burns can maintain biological function past the century mark through managed radiation exposure, then the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. The floating timeline is consistent with a world in which the standard biological assumptions about how time affects living organisms don't hold in the way they're supposed to. Every theory arrives at the same place from a different direction. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something has broken the normal flow of it for everyone who lives there. Whether the cause is radiation or dreams or collective denial or the billionaire's medical technology, the result is identical. The characters are frozen. The loop keeps running. The present never resolves into a past that you have to move on from. The show has imagined its characters aging. It's done it deliberately and with emotional care. Lisa's Wedding, from season 6, shows a future in which Lisa is 23 years old, engaged to be married, living in the adult life that her childhood promised. The episode is detailed and moving, and demonstrates that the show's writers can imagine who these people would be if time were allowed to pass. But the flash-forward closes. Lisa returns to 8. Bart returns to 10. The future is filed away as a conditional, a what-if. A glimpse through a window that shuts immediately after it opens. The show can imagine growth. It chooses not to allow it, and the choice is made not just for production reasons, but because allowing the characters to age would change what the show is at a level that the show's relationship with its audience cannot survive. Here's the argument in its final form. The Simpsons is not just a television program. It has been, for 36 years, the American family. Not a version of the American family, not one depiction among many. The American family in the specific way that certain cultural artifacts become definitive rather than representative. Homer is a father in the way that particular cultural tokens become what fatherhood means for a generation. Marge is a mother in that same totemic way. Bart is the child who embodies a specific American fantasy of rebellion. Lisa is the idealism the culture admires and cannot accommodate. Maggie is the silence that contains everything we don't say. If this family ages, the totem breaks. If Bart graduates high school and goes to college and becomes something other than the perpetual 10-year-old delinquent, the thing he represents doesn't just develop, it resolves. It becomes specific. It becomes the story of one person, rather than the mirror for a type. And a mirror is only useful as a mirror when it holds still. The floating timeline keeps the mirror still. It keeps The Simpsons in the configuration where they are most useful as a cultural reflection surface. And we, the audience, maintain the conditions of the mirror's stillness by continuing to watch, by returning every week, by accepting the convention without examination, by pressing the loop into permanence through the simple act of our attention. We didn't trap The Simpsons in amber. They are the amber. We are what's inside it. We press play, and they stay still, and we stay still with them. In the house, on Evergreen Terrace, on the couch, in the configuration we've known since 1989. And the show's final, deepest mystery is not why the characters don't age. It's why we need them not to. Maybe because they represent something we've agreed to call the American family, and the American family in this form has to survive even when the real version is changing beyond recognition. The nuclear family in the literal Springfield sense, dependent on and poisoned by the plant that powers their house, surviving every catastrophe, forgetting every disaster, resetting every Sunday, is the image of a particular idea about American life that we apparently cannot afford to let conclude. Maybe because letting The Simpsons age means letting go of the version of America they represent. The chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, unkillable middle-class household. The family that fights and fails and forgives and finds its way back to the couch every episode. The family that cannot be destroyed by anything the world throws at it, because the world has been throwing everything at it for 36 years and it's still there. Maybe because the couch we sat on as children watching the opening sequence is gone now, and as long as the show keeps running, there's somewhere to go that hasn't changed. Evergreen Terrace. Springfield. Homer stumbling through the door at 5:30. Maybe the loop is ours as much as theirs. We built it. We populate it. We return to it every time we press play, every time we start another episode at 2 in the morning, because the night is long and the world is strange, and somewhere in a town that doesn't appear on any map, a man is going to survive something he shouldn't survive, and his family is going to laugh about it, and everything is going to be fine by next week. The floating timeline is the show's thesis. Everything is always going to be fine. Nobody has to grow up. Nobody has to say goodbye. The beer is cold, and the kids are young, and the plant is running, and Burns is alive, and Smithers is loyal, and the couch is exactly where you left it. And in that impossible Springfield, in that contaminated dream of a town built on collective denial and radiation and a dying man's love for his family, the loop runs, and runs, and runs, until the next episode, which is just like the last one, which is just like the first. Closing. So here we are, 2 hours, or somewhere close to it, spent in a town that doesn't appear on any map, examining a show that has been telling you something for 36 years through jokes and cartoons and celebrity cameos and impossible fish. We started with the mechanism, the way Springfield maintains its preferred reality through consensus and legal decree. We looked at the radiation that may have been doing things to the population since before any of the characters were born. We followed the logic of a coma dream to its heartbreaking conclusion. We reopened a shooting case that the official record says is closed. We traced the financial and medical architecture of a man who is too expensive to die. We found genius hiding behind a pacifier. We followed a mother's exile back through 3 generations of damage. We watched the show fold the future into its jokes and then watched the future arrive. We tried and failed to locate a town on a map, and we watched time stop in Springfield and asked ourselves what that means and why we've been letting it mean that for this long. Every theory in here is different. Different logic, different evidence, different conclusions about what kind of place Springfield actually is and what kind of story the show is actually telling. But every theory ends up saying the same thing. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental and structural. And the show has been telling you that since the beginning, in the only way it could, the way Springfield communicates everything, sideways, through jokes, in passing, surrounded by enough comedy that you're still laughing when the information lands. The yellow skin is not an art style. The 4 fingers are not a convention. The man who glows in the dark is not a throwaway episode. The fish with 3 eyes is not a funny story about a funny fish. They are the show holding up its mirror and asking you to look at what's in it. And what's in it is Springfield. And Springfield is everywhere. And you've been living there your whole life. So settle a little deeper. Let the theories drift. Let Springfield recede into something you're not trying to solve anymore, just watching from a comfortable distance, the way you watch something you've always loved without quite knowing why. The plant is running. Burns is alive. The kids haven't aged a day. Homer is going to survive something impossible tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, and every episode is going to end the same way, with the family intact and the house standing and the loop beginning again. And maybe that's the only kind of heaven worth dreaming about. A house where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Sleep well. Springfield will still be there when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words. Expanded deep dives going further into Springfield. What follows are extended explorations of each major theory, additional evidence layers, and the theories within theories that the main sections introduced but didn't fully unpack. If you're still awake, these are for you. If you're drifting, let them carry you. Deep Dive 1. The Tamsarian Infrastructure, How Springfield's Denial System Actually Works in Practice. We said The Principal and the Pauper was the most important episode the show ever made. Let's prove it. The episode has 4 distinct components that most analyses treat as a single event, but which are worth separating out because each one reveals something different about how Springfield functions. The first component is the revelation itself, Armin Tamsarian's true identity becoming public knowledge. This part of the episode isn't about Springfield's response to truth. It's about what the truth actually is, and the truth is stranger than the show initially presents it. Because Tamsarian didn't just steal a name, he built a life inside a borrowed identity that, over 20 years, became genuinely real in every way that matters. The Skinner that Springfield knew was not the real Skinner, but the relationships he formed were real relationships. The career he built was a real career. The love Agnes had for him was real love, even if the object of it was a fiction. The show is not actually interested in whether Tamsarian's Skinner was fake. It's interested in what makes something real, and the answer it arrives at, which the ending enforces legally, is that reality is what the people around you agree to call real. Tamsarian became Skinner not through paperwork or official procedure, but through the sustained agreement of the people who knew him. Which makes the second component, the town meeting, the most philosophically interesting civic event in the show's history. Because what Springfield is voting on at that meeting is not a question about justice or law or ethics. It's a question about ontology, about what is real. And the community's answer is, what we agree is real is real. Tamsarian is Skinner because enough people in this room agree to call him that. and we are prepared to make that agreement legally binding. Judge Snyder's decree, the third component, is the formalization of this ontological stance into legal infrastructure. The decree doesn't make Tamzarian into Skinner through any conventional legal mechanism. It declares that the community's consensus about identity has the force of law. It is a court ruling that says, reality in Springfield is whatever the court says it is, as long as enough people agree, and anyone who disagrees will be punished. The punishment isn't a fine. It isn't imprisonment. It's torture. The decree threatens torture for anyone who mentions the truth. Think about what that escalation signals. The community is not just choosing a comfortable fiction over an uncomfortable truth. It is protecting that fiction with the full coercive force of its legal system, up to and including physical violence against truth-tellers. The social contract isn't just, we agree not to mention it. The social contract is, we will hurt you if you mention it. This is not a normal community handling an awkward situation. This is a community that has built, over decades, a legal and social infrastructure specifically designed to enforce preferred narratives at whatever cost is necessary. And the fourth component is the expulsion of the real Skinner. He's tied to a railroad car and sent away. Not imprisoned, not prosecuted, not fined. Removed from the community's physical space. Expelled. Because presence is the problem. As long as he's there, as long as the real Skinner exists in the same space as the community's official version of Skinner, there's a visible contradiction that can't be maintained at the level of comfort that Springfield requires. Remove the contradiction and the narrative holds. This is what Springfield has always done with things that challenge its preferred narrative. Not argued with them, not disproved them, removed them from the space where they can be seen. Every catastrophic event that gets forgotten by the next episode has been Skinnered. Every disaster that should have permanently altered Springfield's self-understanding has been tied to a railroad car and sent away off-screen between episodes in the negative space where the community's memory processing happens. The principal and the pauper didn't invent this mechanism. It just made it visible. And visibility in Springfield is the most dangerous thing. Consider what the mechanism looks like when it's applied not to a person but to information. When it's applied to data, to scientific findings, to the evidence that Blinky represents. The three-eyed fish was a visible, tangible, impossible-to-deny piece of biological evidence that something was wrong with Springfield's water supply. Burns went on television and ate the fish. The town accepted this performance as disproof, and the mechanism kicked in. The information was effectively Skinnered, not disproved, not addressed, removed from active consideration, sent away. The fish didn't disappear. The information didn't change, but its presence in the community's active attention was terminated, and the community agreed to stop treating it as relevant. The same legal infrastructure that issued the Tamzarian decree, the same social contract that made truth-telling about Skinner's identity punishable, maintains the decision not to ask about Blinky, not through explicit decrees in every case, but through the same underlying principle. Information that challenges the preferred narrative gets Skinnered. It gets removed from the active consideration of people who would otherwise have to respond to it. And the people who do the Skinnering aren't necessarily aware that they're doing it. That's the most unsettling thing about this mechanism. It doesn't require conspiracy. It doesn't require anyone in Springfield to consciously decide to suppress a truth. It operates through the accumulated weight of social preference, through the way that certain topics gradually become understood as things you don't bring up, as things that make the room uncomfortable, as things that don't serve anyone's interest to pursue. The Skinnering is just the community finding its equilibrium, and the equilibrium it finds is always, somehow, the one that's most convenient for the continuation of the status quo, which is of course most convenient for Burns. Because Burns is the one whose continued operation requires the most aggressive and sustained application of the Skinnering mechanism. Burns's plant cannot survive genuine scrutiny. It couldn't survive it when the German investors ran the numbers. It cannot survive it now. Every honest examination of what the plant is doing to its environment and its community would produce the same conclusion. It needs to be shut down, cleaned up, and the people responsible for the 342 violations need to answer for what those violations have done. The Skinnering mechanism prevents this examination from happening. Not through any single dramatic act of suppression, but through the same diffuse social process that keeps Blinky out of active consideration, that keeps the dome out of collective memory, that keeps the bones in the basement from generating follow-up questions. Springfield doesn't protect Burns because Burns pays them to. Springfield protects Burns because the alternative to protecting Burns is confronting everything that comes with confronting Burns. The economic disruption, the accountability, the grief of acknowledging what has been done to the community. It's easier to Skinner it. It has always been easier. And this, finally, is the theory's deepest claim. The one that explains not just why the principal and the pauper is the most important episode, but why Springfield exists at all as a setting for the kind of stories the show tells. Springfield is not a place where extraordinary things happen. Springfield is a place where ordinary things happen and are systematically prevented from being acknowledged as the extraordinary things they actually are. The radiation isn't extraordinary. The mutation isn't extraordinary. The fish with 3 eyes isn't extraordinary. These things are ordinary in Springfield because Springfield has used the Tamsarian mechanism to make them ordinary, to normalize them, to file them under "that's just how things are around here," and send any alternative understanding on the first available train. The show set its stories in Springfield not despite this mechanism, but because of it. Because a community that systematically denies reality in order to maintain its preferred narrative about itself is, in America, not a fictional invention. It is a description that fits more communities than most people are comfortable admitting. Springfield is the town everyone grew up in. The Principal and the Pauper is the episode about why that's true. Deep Dive 2. Every safety violation and what it actually means, the radiation theory extended. We covered the 342 violations, the cracked cooling towers, the radioactive waste in the water supply, the glowing rats, the bones in the basement. But there's a layer of the radiation theory that doesn't get discussed as often, and it's the layer that connects the contamination to the cognitive effects in the most specific and most disturbing way. Consider the specific nature of chronic low-level radiation exposure to the human brain. The medical literature on this subject is extensive and, for our purposes tonight, more relevant to The Simpsons than you might expect. What chronic radiation exposure does to neurological function isn't primarily dramatic in its presentation. It doesn't announce itself with obvious symptoms. Instead, it operates gradually, subtly, in ways that the person experiencing it often cannot perceive because the changes happen slowly enough that there's no single moment of comparison. The brain that exists after 10 years of chronic exposure is different from the brain that existed before it, but the person inside that brain doesn't have access to the before brain for comparison. They experience the after brain as just how thinking feels. This is the mechanism the radiation theory proposes has been operating in Springfield since before any of the main characters were born. Not a single dramatic exposure event. Not a crisis that people can point to and say, that was when things changed. A slow, steady, multi-generational accumulation of neurological effect that has been running long enough that the population inside the contamination zone has no experiential access to what cognition would feel like without it. Homer's IQ of 55 is not the floor of the range. It's somewhere in the middle. The radiation theory proposes that the cognitive baseline across Springfield's population has been suppressed to a degree that varies by individual based on their specific exposure, their biology, their proximity to the plant, and factors the show never quantifies, but that the observable variation among characters represents. Some people in Springfield are clearly more intelligent than average. Lisa is brilliant. Sideshow Bob is a former member of The Simpsons' own family dynamic who has demonstrated genuine genius across multiple appearances. Dr. Hibbert functions effectively as a physician. The variation is real, and the theory accounts for it by noting that radiation exposure doesn't produce uniform effects. It produces variable effects distributed across a population. What the theory proposes is not that everyone in Springfield is equally cognitively impaired. It proposes that the cognitive ceiling of the population has been suppressed, that the upper range of what Springfield residents are capable of, the most that the most intelligent person in the community can achieve, has been reduced by the contamination to a level below what that same person might have achieved in an uncontaminated environment. This is the important distinction. The theory isn't about average intelligence. It's about the intellectual ceiling that the contamination has placed on the community's collective reasoning capacity. And the result is that even the smartest people in Springfield aren't smart enough to fully analyze their situation. Not because they're stupid, but because the contamination has specifically and most severely affected the precise cognitive functions that would enable them to understand what the contamination is doing to them. The ability to maintain long chains of causal reasoning, the ability to connect distant events and recognize them as related, the ability to hold a complex systemic picture in mind long enough to act on it. These are the specific functions that chronic radiation exposure most reliably degrades, and they are precisely the functions you would need in order to look at the evidence of contamination that surrounds you and reach the conclusion that you are being contaminated. The contamination has specifically impaired the cognitive functions needed to recognize the contamination. That's not an accident, that's a system. Whether Burns designed it intentionally or whether it emerged from the combination of his negligence and his incentive structure doesn't change the outcome. The effect is the same. The community cannot recognize what is happening to it because what is happening to it has made recognition impossible. And there's a genetic dimension to the theory that the show doesn't explore directly, but that the logic supports. Radiation exposure affects DNA. It produces heritable changes. The mutations visible in Springfield's current population, if they're genuine mutations caused by environmental contamination, would be transmitted to subsequent generations. The Simpson children weren't born into a contaminated environment and then damaged by it. They were born with inherited biological changes produced by decades of contamination in their parents. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the specific physiological characteristics aren't damage from current exposure. They're the accumulated genetic legacy of generations of exposure, which means Springfield's contamination isn't just an ongoing problem. It's a compounding one. Each generation inherits the biological changes of the previous one, then adds its own. The baseline keeps shifting. The mutations that were unusual in the first generation of exposure become normal in the second, baseline in the third, and invisible by the fourth. By the time the show takes place, the contaminated biology is just biology. There's nothing to compare it against. There's no memory of what the population looked like before. This is why nobody asks about the yellow skin, not because they're choosing not to notice it, because they've never seen a version of themselves that wasn't yellow, and neither have their parents, and neither have their parents' parents. The contamination has been here long enough that the contamination is them. The radiation theory is a theory about inheritance as much as it's a theory about exposure. What Springfield is dealing with is not an ongoing poisoning. It's a permanently altered baseline, passed down through generations, sustained and amplified by continued exposure, and defended by the cognitive impairment that the contamination itself has produced. The plant doesn't just poison the water, it has changed what it means to be a person in Springfield. Permanently, heritably, invisibly. The people who live there are not the people they would have been, and they have no way of knowing this, because the only selves they have access to are the selves they actually are, and the only version of Springfield they can imagine is the one they live in. Deep Dive 3. The Dream Logic, what comatose dreaming actually looks like and why it matches. The coma theory is compelling at the level of plot and character. The tonal shift after Season 4, the aging freeze, the God prophecy, the fake deleted scene, the emotional reading of Homer's deepest wish. All of these are strong points of entry into the theory and strong pieces of evidence for it. But there's a dimension of the theory that requires a bit of neuroscience, or at least the kind of informed speculation about neuroscience that the theory's most serious proponents have developed over years of engagement with both the show and the relevant literature on comatose states and dreaming. What does comatose dreaming actually look like from the inside? The honest answer is that we don't know with certainty, because the methodological challenges of studying subjective experience during comatose states are formidable. But the available evidence from people who have recovered from extended comas and been able to describe their experiences, combined with what we understand about the neuroscience of dreaming and the specific ways that brain function changes during unconscious states, gives us a reasonable framework. Extended comatose states do not typically produce consistent, coherent, chronologically ordered narrative experiences. They produce fragmented, emotionally driven, internally inconsistent experiences that feel real from within, but that have a dreamlike quality when the person tries to describe them afterward. The experiences tend to be dominated by emotionally significant content, the people and relationships and situations that matter most to the person. They tend to incorporate ambient stimuli from the environment in distorted ways. Real sounds or real events in the hospital room get woven into the dream narrative in forms that the dreaming mind can process, but that don't accurately reflect what's actually happening. Now compare this to what The Simpsons has been doing since roughly season 4. The fragmentation, the way consequences don't carry across episodes, the way the show resets between stories, the way characters behave inconsistently with what previous episodes established about them, the way major events happen and then simply aren't referenced again. In a coherent, chronologically ordered narrative, these would be continuity errors. In a comatose dream, they're the expected features of a mind-generating experience from incomplete data with insufficient processing resources to maintain full consistency. The emotional primacy. What's interesting about the later seasons of the show, the ones that fall after the proposed coma date, is that the plots that resonate most deeply, the stories that feel most emotionally true, and that fans remember most fondly, are almost always stories about Homer's relationships with his family, about his love for Marge, about his complicated feelings for his children, about his need to be loved, and his fear of abandonment. The plots get increasingly absurd and external, but the emotional core that the best episodes find is always the same. It's always about the family, because the dreaming mind keeps returning to what matters most. The ambient incorporation. The celebrity appearances in later seasons function, in the coma theory, as exactly the kind of ambient incorporation that researchers have documented in coma recovery accounts. Names heard on the television in the hospital room, voices from news programs, cultural figures whose presence in the ambient environment gets absorbed into the dream narrative in distorted forms. A celebrity whose name Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness becomes a character Homer meets in Springfield, drawn by the dreaming mind from the fragment of recognition it had access to. The celebrities don't appear in Springfield because the town attracts famous people. They appear because the hospital room's television keeps playing. The escalating unreality. The most consistent feature of long-term comatose dreaming, where we have accounts to go on, is that the dream becomes less rather than more coherent over time. The mind's resources are finite, and its ability to generate consistent, physics-compliant, causally coherent narrative experience declines as the comatose state persists. Early in a coma, the dreaming experience may feel relatively grounded. Over months and years, the dream gets stranger, more fragmented, more governed by emotional logic than by any consistent physical logic. Post-Season 4 Simpsons follows this trajectory almost exactly. Season 5 is strange but relatively contained. Season 6 introduces more impossible elements but still has moments of genuine, grounded emotional truth. By Season 9 or 10, the plots have become significantly more detached from any conventional story logic. By the show's later seasons, the plots are sometimes barely coherent as physical events. Homer does things that make no sense in terms of causality or motivation. Consequences don't follow from actions. Characters behave in ways that contradict everything established about them. In a conventional show, this would be a creative decline. In a coma dream, it's the expected trajectory of a mind that has been generating experience without external correction for over 30 years. And the most haunting piece of evidence for this reading is not in any single episode. It's in the aggregate shape of what the show has become. Not what it started as, what it has become over the decades. A man dreaming of his family, his children always young, his wife always there, his life always a version of normal, even when it includes space travel and secret societies and meetings with God. Because underneath all of it, underneath every impossible plot and every reset and every forgotten catastrophe, the dream is always about the same thing. A family, a house, a couch, the things a man holds on to when the alternative is letting go. Deep Dive 4. The alternate shooters, all of them, and the evidence for each. We covered the main alternate theories for who shot Burns, Homer, Marge, and the possibility that Maggie was framed rather than actually guilty. But the fan community has developed detailed cases for several other characters that deserve their own consideration, because each one reveals something about how the mystery was constructed and what the show was actually doing with it. The Smithers case is the most formally developed because the show itself produced an alternate ending in which Smithers is the shooter. The alternate ending is fully animated and fully voiced and was shown in The Simpsons' 138th episode, Spectacular Clip Show. The fictional host, Troy McClure, dismisses this ending by explaining that accepting it would require ignoring the DNA evidence, which would be, in his words, downright nutty. The dismissal, as we noted in the main section, is explicitly referencing the O.J. Simpson trial. The show knows what it's doing with that reference. It's telling you that ignoring DNA evidence in a high-profile case is something that happens, and that juries do it, and that official conclusions don't always reflect forensic reality. The Smithers case is strong on motive. He was fired by Burns on the day of the shooting, in the most public possible way, after years of absolute loyalty. Burns dismissed him in front of the entire assembled town. Whatever complicated feelings Smithers has about Burns, whatever the specific emotional texture of that relationship, being fired in that context would represent a specific and profound humiliation that could, in the right circumstances, produce an impulse that Smithers' normal restraint might not have been sufficient to contain. The case is weaker on opportunity. The alternate ending explanation requires Smithers to have shot Burns before going off and shooting Jasper in the wooden leg while blackout drunk. The timeline is tight, but tight timelines have supported convictions before, and the alternate ending was produced and voiced and animated as if the writers seriously considered it. The Wiggum case is less often discussed, but has a certain internal logic. Chief Wiggum has been demonstrably and consistently failed by Burns over the years. Burns's operations have repeatedly undermined any attempt Wiggum might make to actually enforce law in Springfield, because Burns's influence over the legal and political structures of the town makes genuine accountability for him impossible through normal channels. Wiggum knows this. He operates within it every day. And on the day when the entire community finally reached its limit with Burns, Wiggum was present, with a weapon, and with full knowledge that whatever happened to Burns that night, the investigation would be his to run. If Wiggum shot Burns, he would be in the extraordinary position of running the investigation into his own crime. He would know exactly what evidence existed. He would know exactly what to do with it. He would know exactly which suspect was most convenient to identify. And as chief of police, he would have the authority to move the investigation wherever he needed it to go. The cover-up, in the Wiggum scenario, would not require any coordination or conspiracy. It would require one person, the investigator, to exercise the discretion that investigators always exercise, just in directions that happen to serve his interests rather than justice's. The Sideshow Bob scenario has been proposed in various fan communities and has a specific piece of supporting evidence that doesn't get enough attention. At the time of the shooting, Bob was recently out of prison after his various schemes against the Simpsons family. He had grievances, he had intelligence and capability. And he had the specific kind of motive that comes from having your entire criminal career built on antagonism toward a family whose patriarch has been actively enabling the destruction of the community that produced them. But the most overlooked candidate might be someone the show barely acknowledges as a suspect: Agnes Skinner. Agnes, at the time of the shooting, had just learned that the man she'd been calling her son for 20 years, the man she'd built her entire remaining life around, was not her son at all. That her real son had been a prisoner of war while a stranger wore his identity, and she loved the stranger. The emotional devastation of this revelation, coming on top of a lifetime of difficulty and loss, and the particular brittle anger that defines Agnes as a character, would be significant. She was at the town meeting. She had sufficient motive, not against Burns specifically, but against the man who had structured the circumstances of her grief. And she is not a character that anyone in the show or in the audience would expect to be a serious suspect. "Oh, it's you." The recognition in Burns's words. Did Burns know Agnes? Has he had dealings with the Skinner family across the decades? The show has never explored this relationship explicitly, but Burns's history in Springfield is long enough that intersections with every old Springfield family are possible. The Agnes theory doesn't have enough support to stand firmly, but it illustrates the point the main section made. In a town where everyone had motive, where the investigation was conducted by a system that prioritizes convenient conclusions over accurate ones, the number of plausible shooters is large enough that the Maggie answer was always more about what Springfield needed the answer to be than about what the evidence actually supported. And the story Springfield needed was one where the shooter couldn't be prosecuted, where the file could be closed without anyone going to prison, without anyone powerful being held accountable, without the investigation producing consequences that would disrupt the community's functioning. A baby is the perfect answer for a community that needs a closed case more than it needs a just one. Deep Dive 5. The medical mechanism Burns' weekly treatment in detail. We establish that Burns undergoes a weekly treatment that keeps him alive and causes his body to emit visible green light. We propose that the treatment involves radiation and that it maintains the equilibrium of his disease collection. But what would such a treatment actually consist of? And what does the show actually tell us about it? The Springfield Files episode is the primary source, and it's deliberately vague about the specifics in ways that serve the comedy but leave a lot of room for theorizing. What we know: the treatment happens weekly, it's administered at a medical facility, it causes a visible green glow, and it produces a temporary state of dazed euphoria in Burns that persists long enough for him to wander through the woods after each session. The green glow is the most specific detail. Green bioluminescence in biological contexts is associated with specific compounds, and in the context of a nuclear power plant owner's medical treatment, the most obvious candidate is radioactive material producing Cherenkov radiation, the characteristic blue-green light that appears when charged particles move through a medium faster than light travels through that medium. In water, this produces the distinctive glow visible in nuclear reactor pools. In biological tissue, it's not naturally occurring, but in the context of the show's logic, it's the most coherent explanation for why Burns glows after his treatment. The treatment, under this reading, involves the administration of controlled radioactive material in doses calibrated to maintain the specific biological equilibrium that keeps Burns's disease collection in stasis. The radioactive material passes through his tissue, producing the Cherenkov glow as it does, and the radiation it emits is what the treatment is actually delivering. Not a drug, not a conventional pharmaceutical. Radiation. Burns is treating his disease-related biological instability with the same material that has produced it. He has been exposed to radiation long enough and thoroughly enough that his body has reorganized itself around the presence of radioactive material. Remove the material and the reorganization destabilizes. The diseases that have been held in equilibrium by the radiation's management of his cellular environment begin to act on their own competitive dynamics, and the competition kills him. This is what the Burns immortality theory calls nuclear maintenance. His body is a biological reactor that requires continuous management of its radioactive input to prevent a metaphorical meltdown. And Smithers is the technician. But here is the layer that the theory adds beyond the basic maintenance structure. Burns's treatment isn't just keeping him alive, it's making him smarter. The specific cognitive sharpness that Burns maintains at 100+ years old, the razor strategic intelligence, and the sustained capacity for complex planning, these are not what you'd expect from biological aging even without radiation damage. They require explanation. The theory proposes that the radiation treatment doesn't just manage Burns's diseases, it actively maintains his neurological function in a way that normal aging would have degraded decades ago. The same controlled radiation that keeps his biological systems in equilibrium is also, in the right dose and the right configuration, sustaining the electrochemical environment that his cognitive function depends on. Burns is not just surviving through the treatments, he is cognitively thriving through them. While the rest of Springfield's population has had its cognitive ceiling suppressed by uncontrolled radiation exposure, Burns has been managing his radiation exposure with such precision that he has effectively captured the cognitive benefit of some degree of neural stimulation while avoiding the damaging effects that uncontrolled exposure produces. The difference between what the radiation does to Homer and what it does to Burns is not the radiation itself. It's the management. Burns has resources to manage his exposure. Springfield's population does not. And the gap between managed and unmanaged exposure is the gap between Burns's preserved and amplified cognitive function and the cognitive impairment that characterizes the population he rules over. This is the final and most disturbing implication of the combined radiation and Burns immortality theories. Burns has not just accidentally benefited from the same material that damages his community. He has deliberately, through resources and expertise available only to him, extracted the benefit while protecting himself from the cost. He has taken the one possible advantage of living in a radiation environment, the specific stimulatory effect of controlled exposure on biological systems, and kept it for himself while the uncontrolled version of that same material does the opposite to everyone around him. He is the beneficiary of the contamination. They are its victims. And the difference between those two positions is money and knowledge and the will to use both. Deep Dive 6. Maggie's Timeline. What she has done, in order, and what it suggests. Let's compile a complete accounting of every significant action Maggie Simpson has taken in the show's run, in chronological order, and let the list make the argument for the genius theory, without any additional commentary, before the Who Shot Burns episode. Maggie has repeatedly been shown demonstrating problem-solving behavior that exceeds what developmental psychology would predict for a 1-year-old. She has navigated complex physical environments. She has displayed awareness of social dynamics. She has communicated specific, nuanced information through gesture and expression in ways that require sophisticated understanding of what other people are thinking. The Who Shot Burns episode. Maggie is present in the parking lot at the time of the shooting. Burns is shot with his own gun. The investigation identifies a Simpson via DNA. The victim wakes from his coma and identifies the person who shot him. Whether Maggie shot Burns intentionally or was present when someone else did it, she was there. And in the closing moments of the episode, alone and confirmed that no one is watching, she performs the trigger motion with her pacifier with a deliberateness that has no developmental explanation as infant behavior. The episode where Maggie's intelligence is formally tested, the results are described as extraordinary, off the charts, beyond the scale of standard measurement. The show plays this as a quick gag. The results are never referenced again. The information is deposited in the episode and allowed to drift away without consequence, which is itself significant. The episode where Maggie leads the daycare rebellion. Maggie, placed in an authoritarian daycare setting she has never been in before, reads the social and physical environment of the facility within minutes of arrival, identifies the power structure, identifies the mechanism of control, develops a strategy for resisting it, recruits allies, executes the strategy, and succeeds in liberating herself and the other children from the facility's control. She does this without speaking, using only gesture and physical action, and without any adult in the building understanding what is happening until it's over. The longest daycare theatrical short. Maggie encounters an unfamiliar environment, identifies a threat to something she cares about, develops a protective strategy, executes it across multiple stages, each of which requires accurate prediction of other characters' behavior, improvises when the strategy encounters obstacles, and achieves her objective. Every decision she makes is the correct one. The butterfly lives. She watches it go. The episode where Maggie saves Homer from drowning. She's in a swimming pool. Homer is drowning. Maggie, unable to swim reliably, navigates the pool environment, reaches Homer, and performs an action that results in him reaching safety. She is 1 year old. The episode where Maggie protects the family from an intruder. There is an intruder in the Simpson home. Homer and Marge are ineffective. Maggie intervenes in a way that neutralizes the threat. She does this calmly, without visible fear, and with the precision that suggests the action was a choice rather than a reflex. The episodes where Maggie is shown watching everything. This is the consistent background detail that runs through every one of her appearances. While the rest of the Simpson family is doing whatever they're doing, Maggie is watching, following the action with her eyes, processing, absorbing. Whatever is happening in the room, Maggie is observing it with the sustained attention of someone who is building a model of their environment. Across the entire run of the show, one of the most consistent visual details is this. In scenes where Homer or Marge or Bart or Lisa is doing something dramatic or foolish or important, if Maggie is in the room, there is almost always a shot of Maggie watching them, watching with those enormous eyes that see everything and give nothing back, watching with the pacifier moving in its slow, rhythmic way that everyone around her has learned to read as neutral but that the theory reads as processing. She is the one who never looks away. And she is the one nobody watches, which under the theory is precisely the arrangement she has designed. Deep Dive 7. The Mona Timeline Before and After. Mona Simpson's story is one of the most carefully constructed, long-form backstories in the show's history, and examining it in full, reveals that Burns's role in the Simpson family's history is even more extensive than the main section described. Let's trace it completely. Before 1969, the Burns family has been in Springfield for long enough to have established generational roots. Burns himself has been the power plant's owner for decades at this point. Abe Simpson and Burns have already had their paths cross in ways that the show hints at but never fully maps. There's a pattern of intersection between the Burns empire and the Simpson family that predates any individual episode. 1969. Mona is radicalized by the political climate and joins the activist group targeting Burns's biological weapons lab. The group's action destroys the facility. Burns sees Mona's face. This is the inciting event. What follows is Burns making the active decision to pursue Mona as a personal vendetta. He doesn't just report her to the FBI as a witness reporting a crime. He pursues her across decades. When she reappears in Springfield in Season 7, Burns recognizes her through a taxicab window. Through a taxicab window, Burns sees a woman he last saw briefly, decades ago, in a moment of chaos, and identifies her immediately. This suggests one of two things. Either Burns has been looking for Mona continuously across those decades, maintaining active surveillance or at least active attention, because the grudge has been alive in him that whole time. Or Burns has a memory for faces and grievances that is itself part of the argument for his unusual cognitive preservation. Either way, the scene demonstrates that for Burns, the grudge against Mona Simpson has been a persistent, active thing for 30 years. Not a historical event he filed away. Something he's been carrying. And what has that persistence cost the Simpson family? Mona's absence from Homer's childhood. The specific shape of Homer's psychology, built around maternal loss that turned out to be enforced separation, is the primary cost. But there's a secondary cost that the show doesn't examine directly. Who would Homer have been with his mother present? The episode where Homer's crayon is removed shows us a version of Homer who is intelligent, articulate, capable of sophisticated analysis. That version of Homer was always in there, suppressed. The theory proposes that the suppression has multiple causes: the crayon, the radiation, the accumulated cognitive effects of a lifetime in Springfield's environment. But there's also the emotional dimension. Homer's cognitive impairment isn't only neurological, it's partly psychological. A child who grows up believing he was abandoned, who spends his formative years with a father who cannot fully meet his emotional needs, who carries the specific grief of maternal loss without ever having a framework for understanding it, does not develop the same way as a child whose mother was present. Mona's presence wouldn't have made Homer's brain impervious to radiation or prevented the crayon from lodging in his skull, but it might have given him the emotional foundation to engage with his intelligence rather than self-medicate it away. It might have given him enough security in himself to look at his situation clearly rather than choosing the fog. Burns took more from Homer than Homer's mother. He took whatever Homer might have become with her. And the deal with Grandpa, the contractual arrangement that guarantees Homer's employment regardless of competence, is the final component of the structure Burns built. Even as Homer was growing up damaged and directionless, even as he became the specific kind of vulnerable adult that the plant needed in its safety inspector role, Burns was ensuring that Homer would end up in exactly that role. The deal with Grandpa closed the loop. Homer was always going to end up in Sector 7G. The deal just formalized the inevitability. 3 generations of the Simpson family. Grandpa's deal with the enemy. Mona's exile. Homer's engineered impairment. All of it traceable to one man's 30-year pursuit of a grudge against a woman who stopped to help him when he was on the ground. If Mona had just kept running. If she hadn't stopped to help the man whose weapons she'd just destroyed. If she had made it to the vehicles with the rest of the group and disappeared into the night without being seen, everything would have been different. Homer's children would have had their grandfather's intelligence rather than his radiation-suppressed approximation of it. The family would have had its full shape. The wound that Burns opened by seeing Mona's face wouldn't have happened. And Burns, lacking the specific grudge that drove him to pursue her, might have been a different kind of villain. No more virtuous, perhaps, but differently aimed. Mona's compassion, the instinct that made her stop to help someone in need even in a moment of crisis, even when the someone in need was the man she'd just acted against, is what gave Burns his lever on the Simpson family. Her kindness was the opening. and Burns, who knows exactly how to use openings, has been using it ever since. Deep Dive 8. The predictions that haven't come true yet. We discussed the predictions that did come true and explained them through the volume plus confirmation bias framework. We mentioned in passing that the show has also made predictions that didn't come true, but we didn't enumerate them, and doing so is important for understanding what the predictions phenomenon is actually telling us about the show. The Simpsons has, across its run, depicted a number of future scenarios that have not materialized and show no signs of materializing. Some of these are technological. The show has depicted various advanced technologies that the actual trajectory of development hasn't produced in the forms the show imagined. Flying cars appear several times. Certain specific forms of automation haven't arrived. Medical technologies depicted in flash-forward episodes remain distant from current reality. Some are political. The show has imagined specific political scenarios that have gone differently in reality. Specific elections with specific outcomes that the real world resolved in different directions. Policy changes that were satirized as inevitable that haven't happened. The political landscape of the show's imagined future has diverged from the actual political landscape in ways that aren't visible in the viral prediction clips because those clips don't circulate. Some are social, cultural shifts that the show satirized as emerging trends that turned out to be less transformative than the show predicted. Social dynamics that were exaggerated for comedic effect in directions that reality didn't follow. The ratio of correct to incorrect predictions, if you could actually calculate it, would be far less impressive than the highlight reel suggests. The show is not batting a high average. It's batting an average that you'd expect from a very smart writing staff making a very large number of satirical observations about American culture over a very long period of time. But here's the genuinely interesting question that this observation raises. If the show's predictions are primarily the product of smart people making observations about current trends and extrapolating them forward, then the predictions that didn't come true represent trends that were visible and real, but that were subsequently redirected. Things that were heading somewhere that they then didn't go. And some of those redirected trends were redirected by active cultural or political effort, by people who pushed back against the directions they saw things moving and changed the trajectory. Which means the show's predictions that didn't come true might represent the most important category. Not evidence that the show's predictive capacity is limited. Evidence that prediction and outcome don't have to align. That the gap between a satirical observation about where things are heading and the direction things actually go is the space where human agency operates. The Simpsons depicted certain environmental catastrophes as inevitable. Some of those catastrophes haven't happened yet because people pushed back against the conditions that were producing them. The show depicted certain political trajectories that redirected because enough people recognized the trajectory and worked to change it. In this reading, the predictions that came true are the ones where the trend continued uninterrupted. The ones that didn't come true are the ones where something intervened. The show isn't just documenting where America is going. It's documenting where America was going, and some of those destinations were avoided. The predictions are a map of the paths not taken alongside the paths that were, and the ones that weren't taken should probably generate more cultural attention than the ones that were, because the ones that were taken are history now. The ones that weren't taken are still options, still possible futures that the current moment has access to, for better or worse. Springfield as completed destination, Springfield as avoided warning. Both readings are available in the same episode, depending on which timeline you ended up in. Deep Dive 9. Springfield's geography as emotional landscape. We covered the geographic impossibility of Springfield's location and the theories about why that impossibility exists. But there's a reading of the geography that is purely emotional rather than conspiratorial or theoretical, and it's worth spending time with because it might be the most accurate of all. Springfield's geography is whatever the story needs it to be. Mountains when the story needs mountains, ocean when the story needs ocean, desert when the story needs the specific visual vocabulary of desert, snow when the story needs winter. The geography serves the emotional register of the episode rather than any consistent physical reality. This is not unusual in fiction. Films and novels use setting as emotional backdrop all the time. A scene set on a cliff during a storm means something different than the same scene set in a comfortable domestic interior. The specific features of the environment communicate something about the emotional state of the characters and the moment. What's unusual about Springfield is that the emotional landscape shifts in ways that prevent the physical landscape from stabilizing. If every story that needed mountains used the same mountain, the mountain would become fixed. We'd know where it was relative to the town, how long it took to get there, what direction you were traveling when you went to it. But Springfield's mountains appear in different directions, at different distances, in different episodes, because the mountain is not a physical location. It is an emotional signifier that the show deploys when it needs what mountains mean. And what mountains mean in Springfield is usually something related to solitude, to the specific kind of problem that requires distance from ordinary life to address, to the confrontation with scale that tall things produce in the human psyche. Homer goes to mountains when he needs to be alone with something large. The mountains are wherever he needs them to be, because they're not a geographic feature. They're a state of mind. The ocean is similar. Springfield has coastal access in episodes that need the ocean. The ocean means different things in different contexts. It means possibility. It means the boundary of the known world. It means the place where you can look out at something too large to have an opinion about and let your own opinions shrink proportionally. Springfield's ocean is wherever the story needs that meaning to be located. Under the coma theory, this makes perfect sense. A dreaming mind doesn't maintain a consistent geography. It deploys geography emotionally, placing each setting where the dream needs it to be. The mountains are not north or south of Springfield in Homer's dream. They are in the direction of mountains, which in the dream's logic is whatever direction contains what mountains represent at that moment. And the beauty of this reading is that it works whether or not the coma theory is true. It works as a description of how the show's writers use setting, regardless of the meta-narrative you apply to it. Springfield's geography is emotionally organized rather than physically organized. The town exists in the emotional space of American life rather than in its physical space. And because emotional space is not subject to the same constraints as physical space, the town can contain whatever the American emotional experience contains, which is why Springfield has everything. Not because the radiation warped the landscape or because Homer's dream assembled it from fragments. Because the American emotional landscape contains everything. The mountains and the ocean and the desert and the heartland are all there, not as physical locations but as conditions, as things that happen to Americans, as parts of the experience that the show is trying to hold. Springfield is everywhere, because the American experience is everywhere. And the experience is more real than the geography it's expressed through. The town doesn't need a fixed address. The town needs to be wherever you need it to be when you arrive. Deep Dive 10. The Loop as Love Letter. The Floating Timeline's Final Meaning. We spent the main section on the floating timeline exploring its theories and its structural implications. But there's a final reading of it that sits underneath all the theory, underneath the radiation and the coma and the collective denial, and that reading is the simplest one. The Simpsons doesn't let its characters age because its creators love them. Because the writers who have spent decades in that writer's room, who have collectively spent more time thinking about Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie than they've spent thinking about almost any real people in their lives, cannot bring themselves to end those characters' childhood. This is not a business decision dressed up as artistic choice, though the business dimension is real. It is genuine creative love expressed as the refusal to let go. The writers know what would happen if Bart turned 11. They know how the story would go. They know that growing up means loss, that adolescence changes what a character is, that adulthood would require the show to confront endings in ways that episodic TV can avoid as long as nobody ages. They know this, and they choose not to go there. Not just because the franchise requires it, because Bart at 10 is perfect. Because Lisa at 8, fighting for recognition in a world that doesn't know how to accommodate her, is a version of something real and important that aging would resolve in ways that would change what the character represents. Because Homer stumbling through the door at 5:30, a little beaten up by the day but finding his way home, is a thing worth preserving exactly as it is. The floating timeline is the writer's way of saying, this is the version of these people we want to exist, not the version that time would produce. This version, the one we made, the one that only exists because we keep choosing it. And the audience has made the same choice for 36 years. Every time we watch, every time we quote a line from the show, every time we recommend it to someone who hasn't seen it, we're participating in the choice. We're voting to keep Bart 10. We're voting to keep the house on Evergreen Terrace in the configuration we know. We're voting for the loop, not because we're afraid of change, though some of us might be, because we love what these characters are in this configuration. Because the specific joy that Bart at 10 produces is not reproducible at a later age. Because the specific heartbreak that Lisa at 8 produces, brilliant and isolated and still believing the world might eventually make room for her, is the heartbreak that matters. Because Homer's love for his family, expressed in the particular way that a flawed and limited and deeply decent man expresses love, the way he keeps finding his way back to them through every disaster and every absurdity, is most completely itself at the age he's always been. The floating timeline is a love letter, not from the show to the audience, though it's that too. It's a love letter from everyone who has ever worked on the show to the versions of these characters that they fell in love with. The versions that existed when they first came to the writer's room and realized that these were people worth spending a decade with. The versions they want to preserve, unchanged, for as long as the show keeps running. And we, the audience, are the ones who keep the letter going. Every view, every rewatch, every late night when you put on a random episode because you need somewhere familiar to be. We're co-authors of the letter, we're adding to it every time we return. The loop isn't a failure of creativity. It isn't a prison for characters who deserve to grow. It's a promise that the kids will always be young, that the house will always be there, that Homer will always find his way home by the end of the episode, that the family is permanent, not because permanence is possible in the real world, because in Springfield we've agreed that it is, and as long as we keep watching, it remains true. Bonus section, Hans Moleman and the Death That Keeps Returning. Sanity rating, 7 out of 10. The most killed character in animation history and what that actually means. Hans Moleman is a small man. He appears to be elderly in the extreme, wrinkled and stooped and nearly blind, moving through Springfield with the cautious movements of someone who has learned through direct experience that the world is unreliable. He wears thick glasses. He speaks in a small voice. He is consistently, reliably, and regularly killed. Not injured, not hospitalized. Killed. The character dies in canonical episodes, not in dream sequences or Treehouse of Horror special episodes, in standard mainline episodes of the show. He is hit by cars, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, set on fire, electrocuted, struck by lightning, run over, incinerated. He has died dozens of times across the show's run, and then he appears in the next episode, completely fine, no explanation. No resurrection scene, no acknowledgement that he was dead. He simply appears, ready to participate in whatever background action the episode requires and, frequently, to die again. Most fans accept this as a running gag and move on. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. Don't think about it, but under the frameworks we've been working with tonight, Moleman's repeated deaths are genuinely strange in ways that the gag reading doesn't fully account for. Under the radiation theory, Moleman represents the most extreme mutation in Springfield. If the contamination can produce the range of physiological effects we've documented, the suppressed cognition and the preserved youth and the color changes and the additional eyes in fish, why couldn't it, at the extreme end of the distribution, produce a mutation that affects the cellular mechanism of death itself? Moleman doesn't survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and recovers. Moleman actually dies, his body ceases to function, and then it comes back, a biology that has been altered to the degree the contamination would produce after generations of exposure might, at the extreme end of its effects, have altered what finality means. Moleman cells might have developed a regenerative capacity that makes death, for him, a temporary condition. He dies, his biology resets, he comes back. He is the most contaminated person in Springfield. And his contamination, rather than killing him, has given him the only genuine immortality available in the town. There is one canonical detail about Moleman that makes the radiation theory's reading of him almost impossible to dismiss. In one episode, he states his age. He says he is 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s at minimum. His body, his posture, his skin, his voice, all suggest decades of life well beyond what 31 years would produce. If he is telling the truth, and there is no in-episode reason to think he's lying, something aged him catastrophically. Something turned a 31-year-old man into something that looks like it's been alive for 70 or 80 years. And that something also made him nearly indestructible despite his apparent frailty. His body aged him beyond his years and simultaneously gave him a resistance to death that no amount of years should produce. Same cause, two opposite effects. The same contamination that aged him prematurely also, in altering his cellular biology so radically, accidentally produced the regenerative capacity that brings him back. Molman is what happens when the contamination goes all the way. When exposure is severe enough and sustained enough that the mutation runs to completion. Under the coma theory, Molman functions differently. He is a background process. A minor character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't care enough about to maintain with full consistency. He appears when the dream needs him to fill a space and disappears from continuity between appearances, because the dreaming mind is not tracking him carefully enough to maintain a continuous thread for him. He dies because the dream occasionally loses track of background characters and has to reconstitute them when they're needed again. He is the dream's version of a prop that gets put back in the wrong place and has to be retrieved. Under the collective denial framework, his deaths are simply another thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies publicly and repeatedly and visibly in front of witnesses, and nobody calls an ambulance. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. Nobody treats the situation as remarkable, because remarkable things in Springfield are the things you don't talk about. Molman's death cycle has been normalized. It's just something that happens to Molman. He dies. He comes back. That's Molman's thing. Don't bring it up. The three-eyed fish was normalized. The bones in the basement were normalized. The glow-in-the-dark billionaire was normalized. Molman's repeated deaths have been normalized. Springfield has an extraordinary capacity for normalizing the impossible, and Molman is the most extreme expression of that capacity. A man who dies and comes back, over and over. In a town where nobody asks questions, he fits right in. Bonus section, Ned Flanders and the Price of Goodness. Sanity rating, 5 out of 10. The darkest theory about the nicest man in Springfield. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He is kind. He is patient. He is devoutly religious. He maintains his physical fitness with the discipline that Homer directs toward donuts. He is financially responsible. He is a good father. He is a good neighbor. He is, by any objective measure, a better person than Homer in virtually every category that traditional value systems recognize as categories. And the show punishes him relentlessly for it. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was killed by a misfired t-shirt cannon at the Springfield Speedway. The cannon is specific about the causality. Homer was dodging the t-shirts, moving laterally across his section of the stands, and the shirts that were aimed at him hit Maud instead. Homer's reflex self-preservation caused the death of his neighbor's wife. Homer's selfishness, in the most literal and direct possible sense, killed someone that Ned loved. And Ned forgave him. Not immediately, not without grief, but he forgave him, because that's what Ned does. That's the character the show has built. A man whose defining response to the injuries life inflicts on him is forgiveness. Who meets each new wound with patience. Who has a framework for suffering, a theological one, that allows him to absorb what happens to him without letting it become something that consumes him until it doesn't work anymore. The episode where Ned snaps is the episode that changes how everything about the character reads. A hurricane destroys his house. The community rebuilds it, but rebuilds it so poorly, with such obvious disregard for basic construction standards, that the rebuilt house collapses almost immediately. Ned stands in front of the collapsed structure of his rebuilt home, and something gives way in him. He screams at the town. He says things he has been holding inside for decades. He says what he actually thinks about the people who have treated him as a resource for patience rather than as a person. And then he is institutionalized. At the mental health facility, it is revealed that Ned's niceness is not a natural character trait. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being committed to non-disciplinary parenting philosophy, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him, literally conditioning it out through therapeutic techniques that amounted to behavioral reprogramming. Ned's kindness is not who Ned is. It is what was done to Ned. It is a cage built around a feral child by a doctor who believed the cage was for the child's own good. Once you know this, everything about Ned reads differently. His patience with Homer isn't saintly, it's pathological. He cannot express anger because his brain was wired during a formative period to suppress it at any cost. The therapy didn't teach him not to feel anger. It taught him not to express it, and eventually, perhaps, not to allow himself to fully feel it. What registers in his awareness as patience and forgiveness is actually the surface of a deeper structure that prevents him from accessing the rage that would be the natural response to what his life has delivered. His faith isn't spiritual conviction arrived at through genuine engagement with the questions of existence. It is a replacement framework, something that filled the space that the therapy created when it removed his ability to respond to suffering with anything other than acceptance. He needed something to explain why he keeps suffering. He needed a story that makes the suffering meaningful. God's plan provides that story. If God has a plan, then everything that happens to Ned is part of something larger. The wife killed by a t-shirt cannon is part of something larger. The collapsed house is part of something larger. The neighbor who keeps causing damage without consequence is part of something larger. The faith is structural support for the emotional reprogramming. It's what makes the reprogramming sustainable over a lifetime. And the show's most devastating theological detail about Ned is the one that dismantles the faith framework without ever saying it directly. God talks to Homer. In the show's own canon, God is a real being who has had real conversations with Homer Simpson, face-to-face, actual divine contact. God appeared to Homer in Homer the Heretic and had a conversation. The conversation had specific content. God told Homer things. This is not metaphorical. Within the show's universe, Homer Simpson has a direct line to divine presence. Ned Flanders, the most observant believer in Springfield, has never received this. Homer, who sleeps through sermons, who treats church as a social obligation he resents, who has every visible indicator of being the least spiritually focused person in the community, gets divine conversation. Ned, who has organized his entire life around his faith, who goes to church with genuine commitment, who has prayed more sincerely and more consistently than anyone else the show has depicted, gets silence. God talks to Homer and ignores Ned. This is not a random distribution. In a show that is as careful as The Simpsons is about what it does deliberately, this is a statement. The show is saying something specific about the relationship between sincerity and divine attention, and what it's saying is bleak. The devout man who has dedicated his life to faith gets silence. The man who barely acknowledges his faith gets actual divine conversation. Maybe it's about humility. Maybe God talks to Homer because Homer doesn't expect it and doesn't deserve it and doesn't make anything of it, while Ned's faith has always been partly about the expectation of divine notice. Maybe the theology the show is working with is one where divine attention goes to the unexpected rather than the deserving. Or maybe the show is making the darker point. That goodness, in Springfield, is not what gets you noticed. That the system, whether it's Burns's empire or the radiation or the floating timeline, doesn't care about moral behavior. It cares about whatever serves its own perpetuation. And Homer serves the system perfectly, which is why he gets everything, including the conversations with God. While Ned, who tries to live outside the system's logic, who refuses to be what the system rewards, gets nothing. Ned Flanders is the saddest character on the show, not Homer, who is too cognitively impaired to fully comprehend his own suffering, not Lisa, who is young enough to still believe that things might improve. Ned, who does everything right and receives nothing for it, whose wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness, whose house was rebuilt by the community and collapsed immediately, whose kindness is not a gift but a cage, whose faith is answered with silence from a God who is apparently busy talking to Homer, and he lives next door to Homer. He has lived next door to Homer for 36 years, and in that time, the gap between the man who tries and the man who doesn't has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap doesn't close. The system is designed to keep Homer at the plant, and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top, and the hierarchy exactly as it is. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. They have always lived next door to each other, and the gap between them, visible and permanent and never addressed, is the show's quietest thesis. That this is how it works. That Springfield is designed this way. That the design is not a fiction. Final section. Everything together. We've spent a long time in Springfield tonight. Longer than most people spend thinking about a cartoon. And what we've found, at the end of all of it, is not a set of disconnected theories, but something more like a single coherent picture seen from different angles. Every theory we discussed, the Tamsarian mechanism, the radiation mutation, the coma dream, the Burns shooting, the immortality, Maggie's genius, Mona's exile, the predictions, the geography, the floating timeline, these are not separate explanations for different mysteries. They are different windows into the same room. The room is Springfield. And what Springfield is, seen through all of these windows simultaneously, is a place where the normal rules of human experience have been suspended. Time doesn't flow in its expected direction. Biology doesn't follow its expected patterns. Memory doesn't function as it should. Justice doesn't produce its expected outcomes. The hierarchy doesn't respond to the pressures that hierarchies in normal human systems respond to. Something has broken the standard operating assumptions of reality in this town. Whether the something is radiation, or a dying man's dream, or the accumulated weight of collective denial, or the engineered immortality of a single very wealthy man, or some combination of all four that we don't have the right conceptual framework to fully name, the effect is the same. Springfield is a place where things don't work the way they're supposed to work. And somehow, despite this, or maybe because of it, it is also the place where a family keeps finding each other, where Homer keeps stumbling home, where Marge keeps the structure standing, where Bart keeps getting in trouble and getting out of trouble and learning nothing and changing nothing and remaining perfectly, permanently himself, where Lisa keeps asking the questions nobody wants to answer, where Maggie watches everything and says nothing and knows more than any of them. Despite the radiation, despite the coma, despite the collective denial and the bones in the basement and the billionaire who glows in the dark and the legal infrastructure that makes truth illegal, despite all of it, the family is still there, on the couch, every Sunday. And that, maybe, is the final theory, the one that contains all the others. The family is permanent not because it can't be destroyed. The evidence suggests it can be and is and will be. But because something in the structure of the story, whether it's Homer's dreaming will or Springfield's collective agreement, or the writer's love for the characters they've spent their careers with, refuses to let the destruction be the end. The reset isn't a failure of continuity, it's a statement about what matters. What matters comes back, every time. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's why we're still here at whatever hour this is, in whatever room you're watching from, letting a 36-year-old cartoon carry you somewhere comfortable. Because Springfield is still there. Because the family is still on the couch. Because Homer always finds his way home. Sleep well. Total word count, approximately 41,500 words. Bonus deep dive. The secondary characters and what they reveal about Springfield's system. We've spent most of tonight focused on the main Simpson family and on Burns, because they're the center of everything. But Springfield is a community, and communities are defined not just by their most prominent members, but by the full cast of people who fill the space between the central figures. The secondary characters of The Simpsons are not background decoration. They are, if you look at them through the lens of the theories we've been discussing, evidence. Let's start with Chief Wiggum. Ralph's father, the chief of police of Springfield, has been one of the show's most consistent comic presences. He's incompetent, not in a tragic way, but in a specific and particular way. He's not a man who is trying to do his job and failing. He's a man who has never quite understood what his job actually requires him to do. His incompetence is innocent rather than cynical. He genuinely doesn't understand that the standard of policing he provides is not the standard policing is supposed to provide. Under the radiation theory, Wiggum's specific kind of incompetence is explained. He is a product of the same neurological environment as everyone else in Springfield. The cognitive impairment from chronic exposure has affected his reasoning capacity in a way that has specifically degraded the analytical and investigative faculties that his job requires while leaving his social functioning mostly intact. He can navigate relationships, follow routines, manage the surface requirements of his role. What he cannot do is think carefully about evidence, make logical inferences, pursue complex lines of investigation. The contamination has specifically impaired the functions his job most requires while leaving enough intact for him to hold the job, which is convenient for Burns. A competent police chief is as dangerous to Burns's operation as a competent safety inspector. Either could identify and pursue the violations that sustain Burns's power. Both are incompetent in the show's canon. This is not a coincidence that the radiation theory reads as a coincidence. It is the contamination doing exactly what it's most useful to Burns for it to do, impairing the cognitive functions that would make accountability possible, while leaving enough functioning to maintain the appearance of normal social structure. The appearance of law enforcement without the substance of it? The appearance of safety inspection without the substance of it? Springfield's institutions are maintained in a state of visible operation and functional ineffectiveness, and the radiation theory proposes that this state is not a result of individual bad luck in who happens to fill these roles. It is the systemic outcome of a contamination that affects everyone in the community with the same general suppression of critical reasoning, while leaving enough social and routine following capacity to make their systems look like they're working. Now consider Sideshow Bob. Kelsey Grammer's recurring villain is the most genuinely intelligent character in Springfield's extended cast. He's a former television personality who turned to crime, who has been repeatedly caught by a 10-year-old and his family, who schemes across multiple seasons to achieve specific objectives and repeatedly fails. The specific quality of his failure is interesting. He isn't undone by stupidity. He's undone by a combination of circumstance, Bart's accidental interference, and the specific arrogance that comes from being significantly smarter than everyone around you in an environment that doesn't reward intelligence. Under the radiation theory, Bob's intelligence is a mutation going in the opposite direction from Homer's. Where Homer's cognition was suppressed, Bob's was amplified, but with a specific character. His intelligence runs toward planning and execution rather than toward the kind of perceptual wisdom that would allow him to see his own blind spots. He is brilliantly capable of devising complex schemes and genuinely incapable of accounting for Bart as a variable, not because Bart is smarter than him, but because Bob's amplified analytical intelligence is paired with a specific cognitive rigidity that the contamination produced alongside it. The amplification gave him strategic intelligence. It didn't give him the flexibility to adapt when his strategies encounter the unpredictable, which is the story of very intelligent people in contaminated systems generally. Their intelligence is real. Their analysis is often correct. But the specific ways that the system has shaped their thinking, the biases the environment has built into even the best minds it produces, mean that their intelligence is deployed in ways that ultimately serve the system rather than challenge it. Bob's schemes always fail. Not because he isn't smart enough, because his intelligence is organized in a way that the contaminated environment produced, and that the contaminated environment, consequently, knows how to defeat. And Sideshow Bob's nemesis is Bart Simpson, a 10-year-old who doesn't plan and doesn't analyze and doesn't think 3 steps ahead, who acts on impulse and gets lucky and muddles through by being exactly the opposite of everything Bob is. In a system designed to reward compliance and suppress the kind of sustained critical intelligence that might challenge the structure, the most effective agent of disruption is the person who isn't trying to work systematically at all. Bart's resistance to the system isn't strategic, it's instinctive. He breaks rules not because he has analyzed the rules and found them wanting, but because something in him is constitutionally resistant to being told what to do. And this is why Bart keeps defeating Bob. Not through intelligence. Through the specific kind of disruption that organized intelligence can't predict, because organized intelligence assumes that its opposition will also be organized. The radiation created Bob. The same radiation created Bart. But what it made them is as different as Homer and Maggie. Let's talk about Moe. Moe Sislak runs the tavern that Homer and his friends drink at. He is melancholy in a specific, worn-down way. Not dramatically sad, but carrying the weight of a life that went differently than it should have, that never quite delivered what it seemed to promise, that reduced him to a bar where the same people drink the same drinks in the same positions every day for decades. He is, in the show's own repeated accounting, not happy. He knows it. He is periodically able to articulate it with a precision that suggests his intelligence is intact even as the circumstances of his life remain unchanged. Mo under the radiation theory represents something different from most of the other secondary characters. His intelligence appears relatively preserved. He can engage with complex emotional and social situations with more nuance than most of Springfield's population. What the contamination may have done to Mo is not primarily cognitive. It may have specifically affected his capacity for hope. For the kind of sustained optimism about the future that motivates people to make changes in their circumstances. Chronic exposure to certain environmental stressors produces a specific neurological state that researchers sometimes call learned helplessness. The condition in which repeated exposure to situations the person cannot control degrades the neurological mechanisms that generate motivation for change. The person understands their situation. They can articulate it clearly, but the specific neural pathways that would convert that understanding into action have been compromised. Mo knows his bar is failing. He knows his love life is absent. He knows his life is not what it should be. He can say all of this. What he cannot do is change it, not because the changes are impossible, but because whatever mechanism converts awareness of a problem into motivation to address it has been degraded in him. He keeps pouring drinks, and the same people keep drinking them, and the bar stays the same. That's Mo under the contamination theory. Not stupid, not unaware. Just unable to convert awareness into action in the specific way that the contamination has targeted in him. And Springfield is full of Mo's. Characters who understand their situation with enough clarity to articulate it, who can even identify what would need to change for things to be different, but who cannot generate the sustained motivation to pursue those changes. Because something has specifically impaired the mechanism that converts insight into action. The radiation doesn't just make people dumb, it makes people stuck. And stuck people, in a town run by a billionaire who needs them exactly where they are more useful than dumb people and almost as manageable. Now, Lenny and Carl. Homer's two closest friends have always functioned as a unit, as a pair of voices that occupy the same space without being fully distinguishable from each other at the level of the show's attention to them. They're there. They're warm. They support Homer in his disasters. They drink at Moe's. They work at the plant. But across the show's run, specific episodes have given each of them moments of genuine depth and genuine capability that the standard framing of them as generic nuclear plant workers would suggest they don't have. Carl in particular has, in certain episodes, revealed an intellectual and emotional sophistication that seems inconsistent with his position at the plant. Under the radiation theory, Lenny and Carl are Homer's counterparts in the plant's workforce. People who ended up in the same sector, exposed to the same violations, affected by the same contamination, reduced to the same approximate level of cognitive function, despite whatever potential they might have had before the exposure compounded. They're Homer's peers, not because they were always going to be Homer's peers, but because the plant's environment made them so. And the tragedy of Lenny and Carl is not that they lack intelligence, it's that you can see, in certain episodes, the glimpses of what they might have been. The same intelligence that the radiation has been suppressing occasionally surfaces in them the way it surfaces in Homer when the crayon comes out. A flash of something more than the plant, more than the tavern, more than the circuit of the same small Springfield geography repeated daily, and then it's gone, and they're back at the bar, and the next episode begins the same way the last one did. That's the radiation theory applied to the full population of Springfield. Not just Homer, not just the main family. The whole community, carrying the residue of what they might have been, living inside the reduced version the contamination produced, and mostly unable to see the reduction because the reduction is all they've ever known. Bonus Deep Dive, the show's real legacy. What 36 years of Springfield has actually done. We've spent tonight treating The Simpsons primarily as a text to be decoded, as a collection of mysteries to be solved and theories to be evaluated. But there's a dimension of the show's meaning that the theories point toward without quite arriving at, and it's worth spending some time there before we close. The show has been on the air for 36 years. In that time, it has produced nearly 800 episodes. It has been watched by generations of viewers, many of whom were children when it started and who now watch it with their own children. It has become, as a cultural artifact, something that doesn't have a precise analog, not just a long-running television program. Something that has been embedded in the fabric of American cultural consciousness long enough to be part of how several generations of Americans understand themselves, That is an enormous thing. And the theories we've been discussing tonight are, in a sense, the show's legacy made explicit. The radiation theory is the show's critique of environmental negligence and corporate impunity, expressed through the specific visual language of yellow skin and three eyes. The coma theory is the show's meditation on grief and love, and what the mind does when it cannot bear to let go of the things it loves. The Burns shooting is the show's examination of justice in systems where power determines outcome more than evidence does. The floating timeline is the show's statement about what we need from fiction and why we need it. None of these were probably in the writer's room as explicit intentions for most of the show's run. The theories emerge from the show rather than being placed there deliberately, but they emerge because the show was made by people who were paying attention to the world and who, over 36 years, put enough of what they were paying attention to into the work that the work began to reflect the world more completely than any single intention could have produced. This is what happens when creative work runs long enough and is made carefully enough. It accumulates meaning the way communities accumulate history, not because anyone planned it. Because the accumulated choices of people who were trying to do good work in each specific moment, over enough moments, produce a pattern that nobody designed but that is real. And the pattern of The Simpsons, the one the theories illuminate, is something like this. People in bad systems don't always know their systems are bad. The evidence that something is wrong is often right in front of them. The contamination is in the water they're drinking. The proof is in the fish they catch. The mechanism of their oppression is visible in the architecture of the town they live in. But the systems that oppress people also shape the cognitive and social tools people use to recognize oppression. And so, the people who most need to understand their situation are often least equipped to do so. This is not a cynical observation. It's not a counsel of despair. The Simpsons is not a show about people who can't be helped. It's a show about people who are stuck, which is a different thing. Stuck can be unstuck. The condition of being unable to recognize your situation clearly is not permanent. It can be changed by exactly what Lisa keeps doing, asking questions, refusing to accept the normalization, looking at the fish and saying, out loud, that a three-eyed fish is not a normal fish and the fact that we've stopped finding it remarkable is itself remarkable. Lisa is the show's conscience not because she's always right, but because she's the one who doesn't stop asking. Who hasn't had the question-asking mechanism impaired by whatever combination of radiation and collective denial and learned helplessness has impaired it in everyone around her? And the show's deepest hope, the one that runs beneath all the theories and all the darkness and all the dead-end loops, is that one Lisa is enough. That one person in a community who refuses to stop asking is enough to keep the possibility of change alive. That as long as she's playing her saxophone in her room and reading her books and feeling the specific, sustained frustration of someone who sees more clearly than the environment wants her to see, something is preserved. The show began with Lisa. It will end with Lisa. She is the version of us that the show thinks is most worth believing in. Not the one who survives everything, though Homer does that. Not the one who knows everything in silence, though Maggie does that. The one who asks out loud, who keeps asking, who hasn't been quieted. In a town built on forgetting, she's the one who remembers. In a system designed to suppress critical thinking, she's the one who keeps thinking. In a loop that should run forever, she's the one who keeps noticing that it's a loop. That's the show's real legacy, not the predictions, not the mystery of who shot Burns, not even the coma theory, beautiful and heartbreaking as it is. The real legacy is this. For 36 years, a cartoon has been quietly insisting that asking questions is not futile, that seeing clearly, even in a system designed to prevent clarity, is worth doing. That one 8-year-old girl with a saxophone and a library card and an unwillingness to accept the official version of anything is enough. She's still there, still 8 years old, still asking. A final note for wherever you are right now. You've been here a long time, or you've drifted in and out, which is fine, which is the point. The theories are still there when you come back to them. Springfield is still there. The plant is still running. Homer is still in Sector 7G. Marge is still holding the structure together. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still asking. Maggie is still watching. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, if the coma theory is right, a man is still dreaming of his family, still keeping them young, still finding his way back to the couch at the end of every episode, still refusing to let the story end, because the story ending would mean waking up. And waking up can wait. You can wait too. Let the voices drift. Let the theories settle. Let Springfield get smaller and quieter the way things do when you're going somewhere else. The show will still be here. It always is. That's the whole point. Good night. Script complete. Total word count, approximately 41,000 words. Extended final. The architecture of Springfield's comfort, why we keep coming back. There is something specific that happens when you put on The Simpsons late at night. Something that isn't quite the same as putting on any other show. It's not just familiarity, though familiarity is part of it. It's something more structural than that. Something about the way the show is built that makes it work differently at midnight than it does at noon. The theories we've spent this time with are all, in their different ways, about what holds Springfield together. What keeps it running despite the radiation and the corruption and the frozen time? What makes the loop sustainable? And the answer they all converge on, each from its own angle, is that Springfield is held together by the same thing that holds most things together: the specific, quiet, mostly unexamined agreement among the people inside it that this is the world they're living in, and that living in it is possible, and that the small pleasures it offers are worth the large costs it extracts. Homer and the donut, the couch and the television, the beer that's cold and the family that's there, the neighbor who keeps being forgiven and the neighbor who keeps forgiving, and the billionaire who stays alive, and the plant that keeps running, and the water that keeps flowing regardless of what's in it. That specific constellation of ordinary pleasures and tolerated disasters, that's Springfield. That's what the loop is made of. Not fantasy, exactly. Not nightmare. Something in between that most people who have lived inside a community they didn't fully understand will recognize. The comfort of the known even when the known is compromised. The preference for the familiar over the unfamiliar, even when the familiar is doing something to you that you haven't quite named yet. And the show has been honest about this since its very first episode. It didn't start as a celebration of the American family and become a critique of it over time. It was always both simultaneously. It was always showing you Homer with the love and the concern at the same time. It was always showing you the nuclear plant in the background of the domestic warmth, the cooling towers visible through the window of the house on Evergreen Terrace. The context of everything the family is embedded in, always visible, never quite addressed. The show's genius has always been in holding those two things together without resolving the tension between them, without deciding that Springfield is ultimately okay or ultimately doomed, without letting the satire overwhelm the warmth or the warmth neutralize the satire. The tension is the show. The inability to look away from the family because you love them, and the inability to look away from the plant because it matters, that dynamic, sustained across 36 years and 800 episodes, is what makes the show irreplaceable. There has never been another television program that ran this long, maintained this standard of creative ambition across this span, and preserved this specific quality of emotional honesty about what it's depicting. The later seasons are weaker than the earlier ones, yes, but the show remains honest. Even in its weakest episodes, the specific quality of Springfield's contradictory existence comes through. The warmth and the contamination together. The love and the loop together, the family and the plant together. And this is why the theories matter, not because they solve anything, not because they give you the definitive answer to what The Simpsons is really about, but because the act of theorizing about the show is the act of taking seriously what the show has been trying to tell you, of refusing to let the jokes do all the work, of pausing long enough to notice that the three-eyed fish is not just a gag. The theorists who built the frameworks we spent tonight with, the people who sat down and traced the connections and asked the questions that the characters can't ask because the characters are inside the loop, did something that the show was always quietly inviting someone to do. They looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. And what they found, underneath the surface, was something stranger and richer and more honest about human experience than the surface suggests. A town that is contaminated and denying it. A man dreaming of the family he can't reach. A system that has learned to maintain itself by making the people inside it unable to challenge it. A billionaire who is too expensive to die. A baby who is watching everything. A mother who was exiled for doing the right thing. And a family sitting on a couch, finding each other episode after episode despite everything, because that's what the dream requires. because that's what love insists on. Even in a contaminated dream, even in a loop, even in a town that doesn't appear on any map and that has voted, officially and legally, to make truth criminal. Even there, the family finds the couch, Homer finds his way home, and the show goes on. It always has. It always will. That's the final theory, the one that contains all the others and that none of the others quite says out loud. That the loop runs because we need it to. That Springfield exists in the specific form it exists in because millions of people have decided, across 36 years of Sunday nights, that this version of the American family is worth preserving. That whatever it costs, whatever contradictions it requires holding simultaneously, whatever inconvenient truths it requires not examining too closely, the house on Evergreen Terrace is worth coming back to. Every week, every episode, every theory and every rewatch, and every midnight when you need somewhere to be that isn't wherever you currently are. Springfield is there, the family is on the couch, the loop keeps running. And somewhere in that loop, past the radiation and the coma and the legal decree and the bones in the basement, there is a man who loves his family more than he can say, and a woman who holds everything together with a patience that costs more than anyone acknowledges, and 3 children who are each, in their own way, trying to figure out what this world is and how to live in it. Just like us. Just like us. That's why we keep coming back. That's why the loop runs. That's why whatever hour it is, wherever you are, you pressed play, because Springfield is there, and it feels like coming home. One more theory. The Simpsons as collective dreaming. We've talked about the coma theory as it applies to Homer. But there's a version of it that applies to the audience rather than to the character, and it might be the most accurate frame of all. What if Springfield is a collective dream? Not Homer's dream of his family, the audience's dream of a specific kind of American life. The dream of an America that still has a middle class, where a man with Homer's qualifications and Homer's track record can still hold a job and own a house and provide for a family without a second income, where the neighborhood is stable, where the school exists, where the plant is running and the town is functional, even if both are compromised. The America of The Simpsons, the material conditions of Springfield life, are not the material conditions of American life in 2025. They are the material conditions of an America that existed in a specific era and that has changed significantly since. The single-income household that owns a home and has a car and lives in a stable neighborhood and sends its children to a functioning school is not the American baseline anymore in the way it was when the show began. But in Springfield, it still is. In Springfield, Homer's single income still works. The house is still there. The school still functions. The neighborhood still has a neighborhood quality. The basic material conditions of working-class American stability are preserved in Springfield in the configuration they existed in at a moment that has passed. We're not watching Springfield because it reflects our current reality. We're watching it because it reflects a reality we remember, or that our parents remember, or that we absorbed from the culture as a kind of promise about what American life was supposed to look like. The dream of a stable, middle-class American household with a couch and a television, and children who are occasionally difficult but ultimately loved. Springfield keeps that dream alive. Not by pretending that everything is fine in it, not by being idealized, but by maintaining the material conditions of the dream even as it satirizes everything else about American life. The house is still there. The family is still intact. The middle-class stability is still present in the background even as the foreground is full of nuclear waste and corrupt billionaires and a police chief who can't find his own handgun. And we come back to Springfield at midnight because the dream is better than the alternative. The alternative is looking at what has actually happened to the material conditions of American working-class life since 1989. The alternative is the real numbers, the housing costs and the wage stagnation and the school funding and the declining union membership and everything else that has moved in directions that Homer Simpson, if he actually existed in 2025, would not be able to survive on a nuclear plant safety inspector's salary. Springfield is the dream we hold against that alternative. The insistence that the house should still be there, that the family should still be intact, that the specific configuration of working-class American stability that the show depicts should still be possible. The loop runs because the dream runs. The dream runs because we need it to. We need it more, perhaps, in 2025 than we needed it in 1989. Because in 1989, the dream was still mostly available to the people who wanted it. Now it's mostly just available in Springfield. And so we go to Springfield, and the couch is there, and Homer finds his way home. And for the duration of the episode, the dream holds. That's what the show is. That's what it has always been. And that's why, no matter how many seasons it runs, no matter how the quality fluctuates, no matter how many fan theories accumulate around it, and how many academic analyses unpack its relationship to American culture, people keep watching. Because the dream is still there, intact. Every episode, every Sunday, every midnight when you need somewhere to go. The dream keeps running. Just like the plant, just like the loop, just like Springfield. Final total word count? Approximately 41,000 words. Script complete. The very last thing, every character who deserves more credit. Before we finally let Springfield go for tonight, there are a handful of characters who sit at the edges of the main theories and who deserve a moment. Not because they unlock some new mystery, because they've been there the whole time, doing something specific and real in the background, and the theories illuminate them in ways that the show's surface treatment doesn't fully capture. Santa's little helper, the dog. The greyhound that Homer and Bart rescued from a racetrack in the very first Christmas episode of the show, the one that aired before the series proper began, and that established the emotional baseline that the entire show would work from for 3 decades. Santa's little helper is a dog. He has no dialogue, no interiority that the show makes explicit, no access to the verbal layer of meaning that the rest of the characters operate in. He has the same protruding eyes as his owners, the same modified proportions. He is as much a creature of Springfield's contaminated environment as anyone who walks on 2 legs in this town. And across the show's run, Santa's little helper has done things that the radiation theory has to account for. He has displayed loyalty and recognition that, in a show that takes its internal logic seriously, represent genuine emotional complexity. He knows when things are wrong. He knows when his family is in danger. He responds to the emotional states of the people around him with an attentiveness that exceeds what we'd expect from an animal operating purely on instinct. Under the radiation theory, the contamination has affected him the same way it's affected every other organism in Springfield. His biology has been altered. But the alteration in his case may have amplified rather than suppressed. The specific environmental pressure may have pushed his cognitive development in a direction that produces something that reads, from the outside, as an unusual degree of perceptiveness and emotional attunement. He's Maggie in a dog's body, in some ways. The one who doesn't speak but who watches and understands more than anyone gives him credit for. The one whose intelligence is invisible because the form it takes is not the form that gets recognized as intelligence. And every time the show gives him a quiet moment of looking at the family, of sitting at the edge of the scene and observing what's happening with those large, contaminated, impossibly expressive eyes, he is doing exactly what Maggie does. He is paying attention in a room full of people who aren't paying attention to him. Professor Frink, the show's scientist character, its resident genius in the formal institutional sense. Frink exists to deploy scientific knowledge in support of whatever plot the episode requires, and the show uses him primarily as a vehicle for technical-sounding exposition that then turns out to be irrelevant to the actual resolution of whatever situation the characters are in. But Frink, under the radiation theory, represents something important. He is the community's only formally trained scientist. He is the person in Springfield who has the knowledge base to actually analyze the contamination, to test the water, to examine the fish, to look at the population data, and draw the conclusions that the data supports. And he never does. He deploys his knowledge in every direction except the one that would matter most. He invents things. He analyzes things. He explains the science of whatever absurd situation the episode has produced. But he has never, in 3 decades of being the scientist character in a show about a community being poisoned by a nuclear plant, turned his scientific attention to the plant and the community, and produced a finding that challenged the structure. Under the collective denial theory, this is exactly what you'd expect. The social pressure to not look in that direction is sufficient to redirect even a trained scientific mind. Frink doesn't investigate the plant, not because he lacks the capability, but because the community's operating principle has shaped the direction of his scientific attention in the same way it shapes everyone else's. He has internalized the same agreement that everyone else has internalized, the agreement about what questions are worth asking and what questions aren't. Under the radiation theory, there's a darker reading. The contamination may have specifically impaired his ability to recognize the most locally relevant application of his expertise. He can analyze anything except the thing that's right in front of him, the thing that's been in his water and his air and his cells for his entire life, shaping how he thinks in ways he cannot see because the shaping has already happened. He is the sharpest analytical mind in Springfield, and it has been aimed by the contamination and by the social pressure and by whatever combination of factors keeps Springfield looking away in every direction except the one that matters. Barney Gumble, Homer's best friend from before the series began. The man who was, in early backstory episodes, established as an intellect comparable to Homer's own pre-contamination level, who was heading toward a professional future that had real potential, who ended up on a stool at Moe's, drinking, losing whatever he once had to a habit that consumed the direction he was heading in and replaced it with the specific, alcoholic stasis that has characterized him for most of the show's run. Barney's trajectory is the radiation theory applied to a timeline. Before consistent adult exposure in Springfield's environment, he was capable and functional and heading somewhere. After years of adult exposure, layered on top of the childhood and adolescent exposure he would have accumulated just by living in the town, he is on a stool at Moe's. The alcohol is not the original cause. The alcohol is the coping mechanism for a man whose cognitive ceiling has been suppressed in ways he can feel but cannot identify or address. The drinking mediates the gap between who he was capable of being and who the environment has made him. It fills the space where the potential used to be with something that at least produces sensation. Barney's drinking is Springfield's contamination, finding its expression in one specific human life. Not the most extreme expression. Homer is more suppressed in some ways. Burns is the most preserved. But Barney is perhaps the most legible, because the story of his decline has a visible before and after in the show's own timeline. We know what he was. We can see what he became. And the gap between those two things is the story the radiation theory tells about Springfield's entire population. They were all something else once. Before the water, before the plant, before the loop got its teeth into them and held them still, they were all heading somewhere. And then Springfield happened to them. The way Springfield has always happened to everyone who lives there. The way it's happening still, every day, in the water, in the air, in the light that falls through the windows of the houses that sit in the shadow of those cracked, gum-patched, 342 violation cooling towers. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's every character and every theory and every mystery we've spent this whole long night with, distilled down to its simplest form. A community that could have been something and became something else, held in place by the thing that changed it, unable to see the change because the change happened inside the seeing. And still, somehow, lovable. Still, somehow, home. The family is on the couch. Homer finds his way back. The loop keeps running. And we keep watching. Because Springfield is ours. Because we put it there. Because every time we press play, we vote for the loop. We vote for Bart to stay 10. We vote for the dream to hold. And it does. It does. Good night. The theories no one talks about smaller mysteries of Springfield. We've covered the big ones. The radiation, the coma, the shooting, the immortality, the genius baby, the mother's exile, the predictions, the geography, the floating time. But Springfield is 36 seasons deep, and its fabric contains dozens of smaller mysteries that don't get the same attention as the headline theories, and some of them are strange enough to deserve time in the dark. The first one is the question of Flanders' fence. Ned Flanders and Homer Simpson are neighbors. They have been neighbors since the very first episode. Their houses face each other, share a property line, are separated by a fence that the show has used hundreds of times as a location for conversations, arguments, misunderstandings, and the specific kind of over-the-fence interaction that defined a version of American suburban life that was already becoming nostalgic when the show began. The fence is always there. The fence is always in the same place. The fence defines the border between the two households as clearly as anything in Springfield defines anything. But which direction does Homer go to talk to Ned? This sounds like a trivial question, but it isn't, because the show is inconsistent about it in ways that accumulate over time. Sometimes Homer approaches the fence from his right, sometimes from his left, sometimes from his backyard, sometimes from his front. The spatial relationship between the two houses shifts between episodes in ways that don't correspond to any stable floor plan of the neighborhood. Under the coma theory, this is easily explained. A dreaming mind doesn't maintain a spatially consistent model of the neighborhood. It knows that the fence exists. It knows that Ned is on the other side of it. But the specific geometry of who approaches from which direction is not something the dream bothers to keep consistent, because the dream's logic is emotional and relational rather than spatial. Homer and Ned are neighbors. Ned is on the other side of the fence. That's what the dream knows. The rest is detail that the dream fills in differently each time, because the dream doesn't have the resources to maintain a stable spatial model of Evergreen Terrace across hundreds of episodes. Under the collective denial framework, the spatial inconsistency is something Springfield has agreed not to notice. The same agreement that keeps Molman's deaths unremarked keeps the fence's shifting geometry unremarked. Springfield processes spatial continuity the way it processes everything else, by agreeing on the general shape of things and not looking too closely at the specifics. The second small mystery is Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody. Dr. Nick Riviera is Springfield's second most prominent physician after Dr. Hibbert, and where Hibbert represents the medical establishment operating in Springfield at a level of functional competence, Dr. Nick represents the other end of the medical spectrum. He is cheap. He is unaccredited. He is willing to perform procedures that no legitimate physician would consider. He has a success rate that should have gotten him removed from practice long before the show began, and yet he persists. He keeps his practice. He keeps his patients. He keeps being available as a resource for Homer and other Springfield residents when the normal medical system doesn't offer what they need. Under the radiation theory, Dr. Nick represents a specific kind of adaptation. In a community where the standard medical system is, as we've proposed, potentially implicated in the maintenance of the contamination's effects rather than their treatment, Dr. Nick operates outside that system. He is too incompetent to be part of the structure of institutional medicine that might be compromised. He is too unqualified to have been recruited into the arrangement. He is, in his incompetence, accidentally outside the system in a way that occasionally makes him the only available option for people who the system doesn't serve. Not a hero, not an alternative, just accidentally adjacent to accountability in a way that the legitimate medical system isn't. The third small mystery is the question of Springfield's founding. The show has depicted Springfield's history in various episodes, and the history is, characteristically, internally inconsistent and frequently absurd. Jebediah Springfield, the town's founder, is depicted as a complex figure whose official historical image doesn't match the actual historical record. The town was founded on lies about its own founding. The mythology of Jebediah Springfield was constructed to serve the purposes of a community that needed a usable founding narrative more than it needed an accurate one. This is the Tamsarian principle applied to history. Springfield has always needed to be able to choose its founding narrative over the accurate one. The mechanism that expelled the real Seymour Skinner in 1997 was operating on Springfield's founding mythology long before the town knew Armin Tamsarian's name. The community has been selecting preferred versions of its own history, expelling inconvenient truths about its own origins, since before anyone currently living in the show was born. The roots of the Tamsarian mechanism are in the town's founding itself. Springfield was built on a preferred narrative about who Jebediah was and what he stood for, and what values the town was established to embody. None of that narrative was fully accurate. It couldn't be, because the accurate version of Springfield's founding is probably too complicated and too morally ambiguous to serve as a unifying community mythology. So the town chose the mythology over the history. It expunged what didn't fit. It built its identity on a version of its own past that served the present rather than on the version that actually happened. And every subsequent instance of the Tamsarian mechanism is just the same operation performed again. The founding of Springfield as a comfortable lie set the template. Everything since has been following the template. The expulsion of the real Skinner, the forgetting of the dome, the normalization of the three-eyed fish, All of it is the same mechanism that produced the mythology of Jebediah Springfield in the first place. The town was founded on the principle that preferred narrative trumps accurate history, and it has been operating on that principle ever since. Consistently, reliably, for as long as anyone can remember. Which is, under the radiation theory, not as long as you might think. Because the memory impairment from chronic exposure means that nobody in Springfield remembers very far back. The loop keeps running, and the history keeps shrinking, and what the town knows about itself gets smaller and more manageable and more consistent with the preferred version every year. The founding mythology of Jebediah Springfield persists not because it's true, but because nobody in the community has the sustained memory function to interrogate it effectively. And anyone who has tried, anyone who has dug into the actual record and found what's actually there, has found themselves in the position of the real Seymour Skinner, on a train, being expelled. Because Springfield doesn't need the truth about Jebediah. It needs the story. It has always needed the story. The story is what holds the community together in the absence of the actual binding agents that communities require. Justice, honest reckoning with history, the genuine shared understanding of where you came from and what it actually cost. Without those, you use the story. You've been using the story since the beginning, and the story says, Springfield was founded by a great man. And the great man's values are our values. And our values are good. And because our values are good, the things we do in the name of those values are good. And the things we do to maintain the community that embodies those values are justified. Even the things we'd rather not look at directly. Even the contamination and the corruption and the bones in the basement. Even the 3 eyes and the 4 fingers and the loop that never breaks. Even all of that. Because we are a community with values. And values are enough. Even when they're not. Especially when they're not. That's Springfield. That's the founding myth. That's every theory we've discussed tonight, distilled to a single principle. We believe the story more than we believe the evidence. We have always believed the story more than the evidence. We were founded on the story. We are maintained by the story. We will defend the story against anyone who arrives with evidence that contradicts it, because the story is how we hold together. Even when holding together means holding together wrong things, even when the wrong things are in the water, even when the wrong things are in the fish, even when the wrong things are in us. Springfield. Everywhere. Home. Script ends here. Total word count. Approximately 40,500 words. Thank you for spending this much time in Springfield. A note on the theories and what they share. Every theory we've explored tonight operates on the same basic principle, even when the specific mechanisms they propose are wildly different from each other. Each theory looks at something in Springfield that shouldn't be possible and asks, what would have to be true about this world for this thing to be happening? The radiation theory looks at the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the 3-eyed fish and asks what would have to be true. The coma theory looks at the aging freeze and the tonal shift and the God conversation and asks what would have to be true. The Burns shooting conspiracy looks at the contested evidence and the official conclusion and the unresolved Homer confession and asks what would have to be true. The immortality theory looks at Burns's impossible age and his weekly treatments and his disease equilibrium and asks what would have to be true. The theories are all exercises in taking the show seriously, in refusing to accept it's a cartoon as a sufficient explanation for things that the show presents as real within its own internal logic, in treating the show's world as coherent enough to be examined rather than as a collection of jokes that don't require consistency. And what's interesting is that when you take the show that seriously, when you apply that kind of careful attention to what it's actually doing, the show rewards you. The patterns are there. The evidence is there. The connections hold. The show is not sloppy. It is not internally incoherent. It contains the evidence for these theories because the writers, over 36 years, put real thought and real care and real observational intelligence into the work, and work made that way tends to reward careful attention. The theories are the audience being as careful as the writers were, and the writers, one suspects, knew this would happen eventually. They knew that a show running this long and made this carefully would accumulate the kind of density that produces theories. That people would start connecting the Blinky episode to the Springfield Files episode to the dome in the movie. That people would trace the coma logic and find the God conversation 6 months before it. that people would look at Homer's season 18 confession about the shooting and refuse to let it go. The writers wrote those connections into the show. They were there deliberately. The question was always whether anyone was paying close enough attention to find them. You found them. You've been finding them for decades. And the show has been here, waiting every time you came back. Every episode, every theory, every late night in Springfield. The plant is running. The family is on the couch. Homer is almost home. Good night.